Do 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 do. Okay. Alrighty. Welcome there, travelers. Welcome again to another very awkward Bible study devotional that we're trying to do. Where we're in here again, riding a 15 by 15 square foot area, where we're going to try and get into peering into God's Word, hopefully to attempt to meditate on the Word of God. I don't know if I'm even meditating on this stuff correctly, but I guess we have the technology to. We can just look up some stuff. Even if I don't even know what to even talk about, we can look up some verses. We could just look up a definition of the word, or we could look up some commentaries, or we could just ponder on some things. And it really makes me wonder, how did people meditate on the Word of God before they even had the ability to look up commentaries, to maybe they didn't have an elder close by, where people just in the barn setting, just kind of just opening up the scriptures, just being like, oh, well, what do you think that one means? Or what do you think that one means? I really don't know, right? But I guess we can attempt to do it. And so, yeah, we're also going to try to maybe practice throwing some lines out for the Lord, or maybe just trying to sow some seeds of faith. And even if we don't catch a single fish, maybe we don't even catch we don't even plant a single seed. The thing I like to think about is maybe these are just here for practice. It's kind of weird because I've been in this strange mode of I've been in a strange pondering little sector of my mind at the moment, because sometimes, I will confess, sometimes I really ponder on if these Bible study devotionals are even potentially even hurting my life and future, because I have actually gotten some comments saying that, I shouldn't be, I shouldn't be trying to steward everything for God. And I'm just like, well, but then when I look up things with many, if you just type in biblical stewardship on YouTube, right? Basically every single, I have not heard a single pastor say we shouldn't steward everything for God. But then I'm just wondering, is there now after looking so deep into so many sermons on biblical stewardship, there is a big question I haven't really heard too many pastors go into, is can there ever be any negatives that happen to a person's life when they maybe try to, steward everything for the Lord or something like that? And but I like to think that it's probably good not to think about that stuff, because it probably just brings in anxiety. But then I also like to think that I probably wouldn't even have gotten this far into these streams if I just did the bike riding and the drawing, because I probably would have gotten burnt out. It is kind of weird because I could probably do these streams. Even if you just notice when I get into the bike riding segment or the drawing segment, I'm really not talking that much, right? And it's odd to me, right? And it's weird because when I was growing up, I was never much of a person to be very vocal, nor was I even into reading. I actually despised reading growing up because I wasn't about it. I was actually one of those kids. I would go into the bookstore and I would literally just buy a book and then just rip off the cover, and I wouldn't even read the book. I would just buy the book just for the cover. I was kind of one of those people. But what's weird about doing these Bible studies is it does kind of give this sense of we can practice maybe some sort of speechcraft ability, or that's how I'm seeing it at this point. But also I'm kind of almost seeing it as, it's weird because in the state that I'm in, there's really not that many flat riders. It's actually really odd. I'm wondering if this is another occurrence for many other flat riders in other areas, because I'm wondering, are they just riding by themselves all the time? Is there a crew? Because when I got into flatland in Long Beach, California, and there's a bunch of flat riders out there. There's a crew of people that kind of, you could go ride down the street. Oh, there's some flat riders or something like that, right? Whereas here, it's just very kind of I just feel very, just isolated in some weird way, right? But then this is kind of what almost I feel like these Bible studies kind of help to get into it. Almost kind of helps to build up and nurture this sense of like camaraderie of some weird way. Because man, it is really strange, dude. These Bible studies are so strange for me, man. Because I feel like I never even really wanted to get into doing Bible studies. That's the thing, right? I mean, if you were to ask me 3 years ago if I was going to do these Bible studies, I would have been like, no, I'm probably never going to do one of these Bible studies. But then now we're just here, just doing them, right? And it's just so strange. And it's just, I don't know, I guess we keep going with it. But then I just because of some comments I've received over the years, it just makes me wonder, is there any negatives to just giving God the glory all the time? I mean, even just stewarding everything for God and, stuff like that, because, I've been really pondering on the aspect of even just how, just many parts of our modern civilization, it does seem like we live in a consumer-based society, unfortunately, right? And because we live in a consumer-based society, it does seem like these businesses, or just how the market runs, and I never even wanted to think about any of this stuff, but the thing is sometimes like these businesses, it almost seems like they have to appeal to a wide range of consumers, right? But then it's like weird, because then like if I'm just kind of being upfront and just being like, okay, well, I'm just going to give God glory in everything, well, then what happens with all the others? They're just like, well, I'm not even going to support this guy anymore, right? And it's just weird, because I'm just like wondering, like, I don't know. It's just weird. And I've been trying to find sermons on this, and I've been trying to ask other believers, and it's a very subjective question, right? Because I guess, depending on, maybe how the Lord may lead you into stewarding something, I guess it might be different for many, many different people. I mean, take, for example, I always bring it up, like In-N-Out, right? Well, I've heard one of the reasons why they started putting Bible verses on things is because they wanted to steward it for God, or, something like that. But then it starts making me really questionable. I'm like, it's just really weird, because I'm like, well, you think that if we're supposed to steward everything, there'd be tons of companies just trying to, at least put a little thing on about the Lord, about something, on that. And right now it just kind of feels like I'm entering into this weird realm of the unknown, where I actually don't even know where my future is even headed now. And it's kind of fun. It's like, it's at this point where I'm just kind of like, all right, well, I guess we're just going to have full faith and just trying to just keep going into the unknown. And it is kind of weird, because it does give me a sense of anxiety thinking about that. But it's also kind of just fun. I'm just like, all right, well, I don't even know where I'm going to go in life. We're just going to keep trying to steward everything for God. It's just like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, man. It's weird. So yeah, we're going to get into the topic of uncertainty today. We're just going to look up some verses, just on uncertainty. And I'm pretty sure it's going to go into something about anxiety. Because when I think about uncertainty, I think about anxiety. But then it's weird because, sometimes I even trip out on this thing, right? Because I found this raven claw. I found a dead raven, right? And I harvested its claw, right? When I was living out in Long Beach. And it's weird because I don't know. Every time I pick that thing up, man, I probably seem crazy, but I just cannot help but think about Elijah, right? And it's weird because I think about my own life. And I'm just like, okay, well, it's like it's not as crazy as what happened to Elijah, because Elijah, he was living in a cave, and the ravens came and provided some provisions to him. And I'm just like, what in the world, bro? That is such a trippy story, right? And I'm just wondering, what was Elijah thinking when he was in the cave? He was probably thinking, this is ridiculous, man. God has put me in this little cave, and these ravens are somehow supposed to provide me for provisions. It almost seems like, and it's weird because that's not the only story, right? There's many other instances in the scriptures. And it always seems like, I don't know, I guess we can maybe go into maybe a Bible study on God's provision. Sometimes I even think, I was even almost thinking about just like wilderness seasons, right? Even like when Moses was leading the Israelites in the wilderness for 40 years, right? I almost feel like I went through this very same mindset, right? Even just this weekend when I was like pondering on all these things, I was just pondering, are these Bible studies actually hindering my life? Is it hindering aspects of my future, like what some people are saying? Some people have been saying that I should be fully trying to tone it down with Christianity because a lot of companies, they don't like Christianity like that. And I just go, well, what are you guys trying to say? Are you guys trying to just be like, because then it's weird, because then I ask these pastors and I'm like, and then like, oh, well, God has given you these talents, you need to give him the glory. And I'm just like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do here? And now it just feels like I'm in this real weird realm of the unknown of just like, okay, I'm just going to just keep trying to give God the glory. And it's kind of fun actually at this point. And it's kind of like, but it's kind of, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. But I like to just think about Elijah. And oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. You know, when Moses was leading the Israelites out into the wilderness for 40 years, well, what was funny is, you know, like in the middle of it, they're like, you know what? I actually want to go back to where I was. No, that's how they were like. They're like, we actually want to be enslaved again. Like they almost, the very place that they wanted to leave from, that's actually where they wanted to go back to. And they were like talking about like, you know, like they miss the garlic or they miss the onions or something like that from, you know, I'm just wondering if God can maybe puts us as believers in maybe weird wilderness seasons. I mean, not maybe overtly like we're living out homeless out in the wilderness, which maybe I know I have met many believers that are in homeless situations, but I'm wondering if not only is the case of like a wilderness season could be just straight out you being homeless, but also we could be going through some barren aspects in our own lives. And yeah, it's just weird to really think about that. And there has to be some weird, deeper level of uncertainty on that. I'm wondering what other believers what would we say on uncertainty, right? Another thing that's been tripping me out too, which I after last week's Bible study on pride and humility, I just kept going back. I just tried to look up things about like pride and humility in a sermon aspect about our modern society, because it is very, very strange because, you know, when we did go into the Bible study last week, you know, I think the C.S. Lewis Institute commentary kind of went into, at times our successes can lead us to become prideful, right? But then it's weird because what confuses me at times, if we just look at the scope of modern society, if you look at businesses and just companies and corporations, well, it seems like they always want to put their best foot forward. It's like you want to show them the best of the best. You want to show that product that is the best of the best. Otherwise, another competitor is just going to, you know, take over or something like this. And I'm just wondering if, in the sense of just competition within a market-driven society, I'm wondering if that just, you know, what if that just creates just this pride of just wanting to just always not be, I don't know, it's just weird, right? And I'm just like wondering how are we even to be humble in an aspect when everybody's just kind of trying to just do their best, and it's a very strange question for me at the moment. And I'm wondering if you guys have any sermons on that. I haven't been able to find any, and it's weird because I mean, ultimately, I mean, if we'd like to really, really think about it in terms of like pride and humility, it would be, you know, I think maybe there might be even a level, maybe they didn't really cover this, right? But maybe there might be a level of pride and being proud of one's work if you did do something well. But then also maybe that could also be a double-edged sword of kind of like you feeling more superior than everybody else and then you wanting to put others down, right? Or you kind of doing stuff like that. And yeah, it's weird. It's a very, very strange. And I guess it ultimately goes into some of the studies we went into last Bible study on exaltation. I know some of the commentaries brought up some verses on exaltation, and you know, I guess maybe it kind of goes into the more that is given, the more that is required, right? And so, yeah, anyway, let's look up some uncertainty verses. I'm probably just babbling, but I've been kind of struggling with some of these things. For some reason, these Bible studies are starting to get a little harder for me because I'm entering into some stuff that I really don't know too much about, right? I mean, I've heard some stuff about it, but yeah. So anyway, we're just going to practice, I guess. So take everything I say with a grain of salt, but we're going to just practice in on this, right? So yeah, let's look up some uncertainty Bible verses, and let's read some of these verses, and let's just see, maybe we can find a commentary on this. I know there has to be some sort of commentaries on this word of uncertainty. Now, you know what's also kind of making me think about uncertainty, right? Now, I will say this is kind of strange as well. I've been kind of thinking about it because I know faith is the substance of things not seen, right? And it's odd because I also do like to draw and paint a lot, right? But also we have to remember faith is the substance of things unseen, right? And so when I think about that, I also kind of think about Matthew 6. If we go let's actually, before we even go into uncertainty, let's actually go into Matthew 6, right? Matthew 6, it's weird because there's this part that he says, "Oh, you of little faith," right? And if we think about Matthew 6, I mean, maybe we should read it right here, right? "Therefore I tell you, do not be anxious about your life." Now, see, I'm going to underline that right there because I just feel like sometimes that just really, really just confuses me because I'm just like, everything, it perplexes me when I read that again because what's been so weird for me sometimes reading the scriptures and then looking at how our modern civilization is run, right? It almost seems like, it's like, how can we not be anxious about our life when we have tied so many things with so many aspects of our society at the moment where, I mean, even I'm going to be frank, if you just even look at how we're taught in the public schooling sector, I mean, it's like, it's almost like we're having to do all these things for future events, and it almost seems like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like we're doing all these things for our future and all this stuff. And when I read this verse of just not being anxious about your life, it's weird because even in the KJV it says, "Take no thought for your life." Let's actually read the KJV version of that. Whereas I think it says, "Take no thought for your life," and I think we have to be careful with that. The KJV translation of that. Maybe we should just be reading the ESV version translation of that. But I just want to see what it says in the KJV version. I think it says, "Take no thought for your life," and also it says, "Take no thought for the morrow." Let's see what it will say. I don't know if I have these ones underlined up in here. Let's see here. Where is it? Let me see here. That's Matthew 6:25. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I feel like we got to be careful with the KJV version, right? It says, "Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor for your body what ye shall put on. Is not life more than meat, and the body more than raiment?" Right? And it's so strange because it also just makes me think about society too, because it's just almost like it just trips me out. Just think we're supposed to not even care about, like, we're supposed to take no thought of even how we dress and stuff. It almost just seems so perplexing to me when I go into most churches, because it just seems like we want to present our best to the Lord. I've asked many believers, well, why should we be dressing good for church and stuff like this? Like, you know, and many believers say, well, we should be presenting our best to the Lord, right? And I understand that. I understand that we are to be presenting our best to the Lord. But then when I read these words right here, I just go, man, it's so strange to think that we're to not even, like, be anxious about even what we're dressing like and stuff like this. And it's weird. It's strange. And it not only does it make me think about that, it makes me think about even, like, you know, like John the Baptist or something like that, where he was... There's not even that many mentionings of other, you know, disciples of what they wore or how they even lived out. But it was just strange that John the Baptist was wearing this camel hair cloak, living out in the wilderness, eating wild locusts and honey, right? And I'm just like, what sort of man? What sort of, like, individual? It just seems like such a... Like, was he set apart from society? Like, it almost seems weird. Like, was he oddly set apart from society than... other people I really don't know, right? Like, did people think John the Baptist was just some wild man out in the wilderness, or was he just like, could he just go into the town hall and just everybody would just treat him nice? I really don't know, right? It's very strange. Let's keep reading this. Let's see what else this is. "Therefore I tell you, do not be anxious about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, nor about your body what you will put on. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothing? Look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap, nor gather into barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not of more value than they? And which of you, by being anxious,
can add a single hour to his span of life. And why are you anxious about clothing? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. Right? And I guess that's an ultimate thing. Like, what would cause us to be anxious about our clothing? I know a big one, actually. A big one is how others will judge us. I feel like that, I feel like that is probably one of the biggest ones about why people even dress nicely. I mean, even if you think about like getting like these very crazy like brands of clothing, right? Why do we get these, because I'm going to be flat out. I mean, I've seen some shirts that were like $100, like $200. It's ridiculous, right? But then you'd go to Walmart, you get a shirt for like, you could get a pack of shirts for like $10. You get like 5 of them. Or you could get one shirt for like $200 and you're just like, and it almost just seems like it's the same thing, except maybe there's a logo on it or something. And you just go, well, why are people even buying that shirt that is like $200 when you get like 5 of them for $10? Well, ultimately, it has to be something with maybe how people will perceive them, right? Oh, well, that person maybe is like, they're putting more time, maybe they've worked harder and now they deserve something better or something like that, right? And it's strange to me. I'm just like, these verses trip me out because I'm just like, well, I don't even know, right? It's like, it's so crazy, right? I don't know. Like, I feel like, does anybody else get tripped out of these verses? I feel like these verses trip me out, man. Especially because, like, what's weird about this section right here is, like, it seems like the Lord Jesus Christ, he relates these things to, like, nature a lot of times. I mean, he's bringing up the birds of the air. He's bringing up the fowls. I mean, I have a family of these little squirrels living out in my backyard, man, and I just look at them every single day. Maybe not every single day, but I see them out there just living, bro. Just living. Dude, it's so hilarious. That's why I love squirrels, bro. Because I just look at these things, bro, and they just are just living, bro. No money, they're just living out there, bro. It's crazy. And I'm just like, it just trips me out because I'm like, dude, they're not changing their clothes. They're just living out there every single day. And it's so weird because especially when you start seeing some of these squirrels, it's like everything that they have is just given to them on the tree. Like, I don't know how they're even getting water. I don't know how. Well, I guess I feed the squirrels in my backyard. But if you see some wild squirrels, you're just like, it's so crazy that their entire existence is just right there. Right? It's just like, and I'm just like, man, they live such a simple existence. They live just like every day. All they need to do is just get food that is provided to them. Just they rest whenever they basically want. And then they, got to be wary of predators and stuff like that. Right? And it's just, every time I observe a squirrel out there, I can't, it just makes me happy for some reason. Let's keep going. Yet I tell you, even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. But if God so clothes the grass of the field, which today is alive and tomorrow is thrown into the oven, will he not much more clothe you, O you of little faith? Therefore, do not be anxious, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear? For the Gentiles seek after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them all. See, I think that's a big one too. And ultimately, it's strange to think that, right? It's even weird for me to think about that. If the Father knows what we need, even before we ask, right? It's so strange because I mean, even I could just say, I want all of the, I have so many things that I feel that I need in my life right now. It almost just seems like it's just baffling to me that and it's weird. I'm just like, well, God, don't you think I need some of this stuff? And it still hasn't occurred yet. And we're just like, it's just so strange. And it's like, maybe I don't need it at this time, right? And here's the other weird thing when I think about this is sometimes I wonder if God ever has a lacking as a need. Like, does God ever maybe create a lack in our lives to maybe usher in some sort of need that we ultimately need, right? Because I kind of think about the whole aspect of kind of like the heroin addict, right? I mean, you see the heroin addict just out in the streets, It's like, are you going to give that guy $1 million? Are you going to give that guy $100?
Probably, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was what you're called to do, but I'm just going to be flat out honest. I feel like if you gave a heroin, like a full, like you met some dude, just track marks everywhere. He's holding a freaking syringe, just being like, "Oh, dude, can I get some?" You know, were you going to give that dude $100? Because I think what's going to happen if you give that person $100, though it seems like he needs that, but I mean, he might be hungry. He might actually buy some food and stuff with that. But also, is he just going to spend it all on just drugs? And what happens if you gave that dude $100 and then he just OD'd the next day? So it's like, is that really what that person needed at that time? So it's like kind of weird, right? And I'm just like, man, it's so strange when I think about that. So I'm wondering, like, sometimes if there's a lacking in our lives for God to ultimately use that lack as something that we actually ultimately need later on. Even though that sounds really, really weird, right? But also, not only that, I also kind of think about this verse right here that I brought up the other day, and it's these ones right here. It says, "Remove far from me falsehood and lying. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with the food that is needful for me, lest I be full and deny and say, 'Who is the Lord?' or lest I be poor and steal and profane the name of God." These verses have been really tripping me out too, because I'm just like, I hate to say it, I don't know if you guys have ever observed it, man, but I feel like I keep observing it more and more and more. It just seems like we've gotten into this realm of, sometimes when we do have a plethora of resources, say, of money and stuff like this, where is the tipping point? Where is the double-edged sword of when you have so much money, you're just like, I don't even need God anymore. God's not even you know what? Everything that I need, I'm just going to buy with my own money, right? And it's like weird because I think about those verses right there, right? And I'm wondering, like, if God ever kind of like even has a lacking in our lives so we can kind of still remain connected to the vine, right? And it's not only mentioned in here, it's also mentioned in the parable of the sower. If we go into the parable of the sower, there's actually this part in the parable of the sower that says, when we are by parts of the thorns, right? As for what was sown among thorns, this is the one who hears the word, but the cares of the world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and it proves unfruitful, right? It's weird. It's strange, right? It's like very odd. It's weird that I'm even thinking about all these verses. And I think ultimately all of this stuff does go into uncertainty, because I think uncertainty, for me personally, it makes me think about anxiety, right? Let's keep going. And these are the last two verses, and then we'll read some verses on uncertainty. And I think they would bring these verses up, but I might be wrong. "But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow. For tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble." Right? That is such a hard... I mean, even this weekend, man, I was not even thinking about this verse, right? And it's just such a hard thing to do. How can you not be anxious about tomorrow? And ultimately, I'd like to think, what are some ways, then, can we live in the present, right? And I'm wondering if, like, we could ask the Lord, what are some things that we should be thinking about of the morrow, or just in the future, or something like that, right? Or should we just be ultimately putting more energy into the present, right? There were some pastors that I have heard, now I don't know if it's ultimately correct, but I have heard some pastors say that sometimes anxiety, many times, is thinking too far into the future, and we're kind of almost, it's like we're putting so many eggs in the basket of the future, being like, oh, this is going to happen if I do this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. But what happens if we put all our eggs in one basket in the future, and then we go to that point in the future and nothing pans out like we happened, right? Sometimes that leaves us kind of disappointed. Sometimes that leaves us disheartened and stuff like this. And yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. But I feel like this is a very hard Bible study for me, because I think one of the reasons why this study is so hard for me is because I feel like a lot of people actually go through this kind of stuff. And I think also what makes this very hard is it's so subjective to everybody's lives, right? I feel like in everybody's lives there has to be some level of uncertainty that we're maybe thinking about, maybe that we're not aware of. Let's keep going. Let's read some verses on uncertainty. Philippians 4:6-7. "Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving.
Let your requests be made known to God, and the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Now, I think what really stands out to me that I honestly haven't been doing that I probably should, that I need to be doing more, is this word right here, thanksgiving, right? So I'm actually wondering, right? It's so crazy because I feel like there's these little, it almost seems like common sense. Like just like common sense that we should always just be doing. But I'm going to be flat out honest. I've read this verse so many times. But then like here's actually what I've been noticing, right? It's like when I could be doing as many Bible studies, all these Bible studies, all these trying to memorize verses and stuff like this. But I feel like when we actually go through the brunt of some of these emotions, sometimes these verses are so far away from our minds at times. Maybe, and it's weird, right? Because I feel like, I guess ultimately this is the importance of memorizing verses. So when we do go through maybe these trials and tribulations, we can kind of like recall them on the spot before maybe they kind of start bleeding into negative thoughts or emotions, or even bleed out into doing things that might even hinder our lives. But when I think about this, I'm wondering if what I'm going to try and maybe do is every time I feel anxious, right? Hopefully I can start thinking about, okay, well, how can we be thankful, right? I'm actually really going to start trying to do that. Every time I even feel even a nudge of even feeling a bit of anxiety about anything, maybe what anybody should start doing is just, we should stop, we should reassess, and we should just try and be thankful for where we're at the moment, right? And sometimes I actually forget about all the things that I'm thankful for. It's actually crazy to me even just bringing that up. There is this gnarly Christian bodybuilder dude that I somewhat watch sometimes, and he brought up this weird, just the simplest thing that he does, right? One of the simplest things that he did is on his water bottle, right? He carries his big water bottle, right? And he puts gratitude on that water bottle because he has observed that there are people out there that don't even have fresh, clean drinking water, right? And it's so crazy because I feel like when we kind of go through anxiety or we kind of go through maybe a trial, we kind of forget about all the full-on necessities that we actually acquire at the moment. And even I've never been in a situation where I have not had water in 3 days. Isn't that crazy? I don't know if that's fully true, but I have heard that if you don't have water for 3 or 4 days, you will die. No matter who you are, no matter if you're the biggest, strongest person or the weakest person, in 3 or 4 days, you will die if you don't have water. And it's so crazy to think that you could be the strongest individual, right? And if without 3 days, 3 or 4 days worth of water, that person would just perish, right? And so I guess it ultimately does make that gratitude of even just having water just like that much more, like we should just be thankful that we should even be able to drink clean water, right? And it's actually just brutal to even think about that. It's just crazy to think that all of our days on earth, there haven't been more than 4 days or we haven't been able to get clean water. I mean, because holy moly, dude, imagine the chaos that would start unraveling in humanity if people couldn't get clean water, bro. That would be gnarly, dude. Like there'd be a lot of death and decay, right? Brutal. Anyway, let's keep going. Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him and he will make straight your paths. I like the KJV version of Proverbs 3 because I know this one says he will make straight your paths. I like the KJV version because the KJV version says he will direct your paths. Okay, let's keep going. 1 Peter 5:7. Casting all your anxieties on him because he cares for you. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. I think I have heard some pastors say that this actually wasn't directed for all people in terms of the context of this verse, but I might be wrong on that because I do know a lot of believers like to have that verse as well. So, okay, look at this. So there was a combo in here. I guess I did think about as well. And so they did bring up the Matthew 6 verse, right? We kind of went into that earlier. Let's keep going. Cast your burden on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never permit the righteous to be moved. Hebrews 10:35. Therefore, do not throw away your confidence, which has great reward. That's weird. That almost kind of feels like what some of the comments that I've received about, sometimes it trips me out. I don't know if you guys have had some comments like that being like, hey, you should stop stewarding everything. It might be hindering your life. Maybe this Christian stuff is actually hurting your life. If you guys have ever had those comments really start tripping you out because you're just like, what should I be doing? Am I doing something wrong? Is this not even going to work? And it's like weird. And it also it actually stumbled me so much receiving some of those comments that it actually made me a bit ashamed of the gospel, unfortunately, right? And I don't know, maybe it was just an attack from the enemy or something like that. Maybe to just kind of make me get me to not do these Bible studies or something like that. But we're gonna keep trying to go through these things. That's the other thing is I'd also like to think I don't know if I don't even know how long I'm gonna be doing these Bible studies, right? I never even imagined I would be doing these many Bible studies, right? And it's just so strange because I'm just like, well, should I just keep doing this as long as I can? Should I maybe tone it back down? Should we just I don't know. It's weird. Like, I don't know maybe in the season that I'm in, maybe this is what I need is to do these Bible studies or something like that. I don't know, right? But I guess from now we're just going to keep going with it. Okay, let's see. What is up in here? Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Hebrews 11:6. And without faith it is impossible to please him, for whoever would draw near to God must believe that he exists, and he rewards those who seek him. That's weird, huh? That is a strange verse right there. They're bringing up this one. They brought this one up 2 times now because they brought up that one earlier. Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble. And Hebrews 11:1. Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Right? Actually, it's kind of weird because, I actually draw the shield of faith a lot. It sounds weird that they even consider it the shield of faith. Right, and it's weird because I'd like to draw that a lot, right? It's actually very strange, right? And it's weird because I am drawing it, but also when I think about a shield, when we carry a shield, right? I guess maybe if it's a buckler, you could kind of just go like that and just see a little buckler like that. But if it was like a gnarly shield, many times you can't just like lean it, right? It's like there's that face of that shield where you really can't see that other side, right? And I'm wondering if that is maybe the inspiration of the shield of faith. That we have to have that part of the armor of to kind of almost like go into the unknown. Of almost like, and within the unknown, there's that level of fear, I think, that starts emerging, right? And many times we did go into fear and how fear kind of leads into many other primal emotions, right? Okay, let's read a commentary now. Let's see what a commentary is going to bring up, because I feel like that's all I got to say about uncertainty. So take everything I just said right there with a giant chunk of salt, because I feel like this Bible study is very hard for me. These Bible studies have been very challenging as of late. So let's read this commentary right here. We're going to read. It's weird. There's actually not one on Got Questions. We're going to have to read a different one now. We're reading this one. We're reading a devotional. I found one. Here's one. We're reading Christian Response to Uncertainty. What is it going to say? This is from Joel Modelmali. The God who... And he starts off with this. Let's read this. We're going to read this and let's see what he brings up. The God who made the world and everything in it, being Lord of heaven and earth, does not live in temples made by man, nor is he served by human hands as though he needed anything, since he himself gives to all mankind life and breath and everything. And he made from one man every nation of mankind to live on all the face of the earth, having determined allotted periods and the boundaries of their dwelling place, that they should seek God and perhaps feel their way toward him and find him, yet he is actually not far from each one of us. Acts 17:24 through 27. That is really, really weird to think about. It's so strange. We just read all those uncertainty verses, and they didn't actually even bring these verses up, right? It's so strange. That's really weird, huh? I think what kind of stood out to me reading that is this part right here. Huh. Let's see that. Let's read this part right here. And he made from one man every nation of mankind to live on all the face of the earth, having determined allotted periods and the boundaries of their dwelling place, that they should seek God. Isn't that weird, right? It's so strange. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly, but is it just like, I don't know if I'm even reading that correctly, but how crazy would it be if God just started like putting some sort of crazy lack in some people's, and it's like, or maybe not even a lacking, but some, maybe even some, I don't know, I guess it might be a subjective situation in your own life, but maybe something to where it's just like, this isn't working, this isn't working, this isn't working, and then it's just ultimately there to maybe, for us to maybe keep seeking the Lord or something like that, right? Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe sometimes it even makes me think about the verses actually I brought up right here, in Proverbs. Because imagine if, sometimes I'd like to even imagine, imagine if I just had a ton of money, I feel like if I had millions and millions of dollars, I probably wouldn't even be doing these Bible studies. I probably would have never even gotten into the faith where I'm even at the moment, right? I would have been like, oh, well, this isn't even really important. I'm just going to just go and do something else, right? And I'm just wondering, is maybe there's just some weird ultimate reason for that, right? I don't know, man. Let's keep going. What does this guy got to say on this? Uncertainty may be one of the worst feelings, especially if the uncertainty involves something we deeply care about. How do we respond when we face uncertain situations? I typically try to hold tighter to what I can, to force the outcome of my heart's desires. I also try to hold on to things I can't hold on to, or I try to change things that are outside of my power or control. And the more I realize all the things outside of my control, the more utterly aware I am of deep panic of uncertainty in my soul. So how should we as Christians respond to uncertainty? How do we process the chaos and confusion of political uncertainty or even personal crisis? Does God's word give us relief for the pain and panic we may experience today? Okay, let's see here. The Christian responds to every situation and circumstance of uncertainty with the truth of God's sovereignty. Sovereignty is simply defined as God's authority, rule, and reign and control over all things. While we may face uncertainty, there is never an ounce of uncertainty for God. One of the most spectacular places we find this biblical truth is when Paul is speaking to the people of Athens in Areopagus in Acts 17, 24 through 28. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Areopagus. Areopagus was a place filled with uncertainty. People would gather and talk for hours trying to understand and solve the issues of humanity. In this context of high uncertainty and probably a fair share of anxiety, Paul says these assuring and comforting words. I guess I'll just read it again. The God who made the world and everything in it, being Lord of heaven and earth, does not live in temples made by man, nor is he served by human hands, as though he needed anything, since he himself gives to all mankind life and breath and everything. And he made from one man every nation of mankind to live on all the face of the earth, having determined allotted periods and the boundaries of their dwelling place, that they should seek God and perhaps feel their way toward him and find him. Yet he is not actually far from each one of us. That is a very strange verse right there, right? Notice the specific and hope-filled truths about God. He is the Lord of heaven and earth. In other words, he is the King of all things. He is the source of life. The source of life needs nothing because he sustains because he sustains all he creates. It does not stop here. God also has determined the appointed times and boundaries of our existence. Can we pause and really consider what this means? That's kind of funny because I was like thinking about that. I was like, what in the world? You and I could have been born at any time in human history in the geographic area Yet the times and boundaries of our existence are divinely placed and purposed by the hands of God himself. And I guess it kind of makes me think about... Now, I know they're not going to go into that, right? But it's very strange because I know a lot of pastors don't like to talk about it. For some reason, a lot of pastors don't like to talk about it. But what trips me out, and I feel like I keep meeting other believers that are very tripped out about this too, is like how there's so many different denominations, right? And it's like weird because I know so many people from all these different denominations, and we all kind of like seem to truly, I mean, I know people that truly do seem like they really love the Lord, and they're meditating on the laws of the Lord, and they're meditating on the Word of God. But though they're in these different denominations, I just go, well, it's so strange. It's like, even when even when that guy just brought up that thing where, maybe we have allotted places and stuff like that, I just wonder, like, is God ultimately using all these different believers, even though we're in different denominations or something like that? I don't know. It's very strange to me, right? But I don't know if he's going to go into that right now, but let's keep going. We can respond to uncertainty of life with the certainty of God's plan and purpose for us. But what exactly is the plan and purpose? Paul says the purpose is that we might reach out and find God and come to realize he was never far from us. The phrase reach out and find in Greek was used by Homer to describe a person in darkness reaching out their hands to find the way out into the light. Paul is saying that through our uncertainty, may feel like we are in darkness, all we need to do is reach out and realize that God has never left us or abandoned us. He is the light that is within us, and his nearness is meant to propel us to share the goodness of his presence with everyone around us. Oh my goodness. I understand where he's going with that now. So we're supposed to reach out and go into the light, right? Man, it's so strange to think about that. Because that ultimately goes into we're supposed to be cities set on a hill that cannot be hidden or something like that, right? Let's keep going. What is this guy going to say? Theologian Charles Spurgeon said, God is near and therefore hope is near. Christians have a certainty of God's nearness. However, there are those we love in our families, workplaces, schools, and communities who are facing the fear of uncertainty without the hope of nearness of Christ. What an incredible opportunity you have in the midst of uncertain situations to be beacons of... Oh my goodness, I knew he was going to bring that up. I called it. I guess that's what Charles Spurgeon said, right? We got to be beacons of light, right? I guess ultimately, that's... that kind of does make sense, right? Now, I think he's going to go into those verses, right? But he's saying that we should become beacons of light. Now, I understand that, right? It's weird, but when we actually read these verses about becoming beacons of light, it's really weird. I still get tripped out on these verses. Let's just keep reading it. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand and gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven, right? I have brought these verses up probably 500 times, maybe even more than that, on this stream right here, right? Now, what's crazy about these verses, I've actually talked to many other believers that started getting into some weird ministries or them just trying to give glory to God, and many times they bring up these very same verses, right? And it actually kind of does make me a little, when I'm thinking, now it's strange because I didn't think that we would cover the topic of uncertainty, but also go into being beacons of light. But now it does kind of make sense to me because maybe when we step into the light, right, maybe we ourselves are in an uncertain position, but when we step into the light, and I'm not saying we have to like stream or anything, because I feel like being a beacon of light could be subjectively different for everybody, because there's some people that don't even have internet. How are they going to be, they're not going to be on Twitch if they don't have internet or something like that. But ultimately, we have to think about what this guy was bringing up. God allots these certain parameters in our lives, right? So in some ways, I'm wondering, what are ways we can be better beacons of light for others? Because maybe if we are actually going through an uncertain situation, if we step out into the light,
maybe that will allot us into, I don't know, maybe encouraging other people. Maybe we will be a beacon for other people that are uncertain about their lives or something like that. Or maybe we will kind of maybe get the help that we need or something. I really don't know, right? It's like kind of weird thinking about that, but I guess that's what Charles Spurgeon was saying, right? What else is this guy going to be saying up in here? Let me read that again. This is what Charles Spurgeon says. He says, Christians have the certainty of God's nearness. However, there are those we love in our families, workplaces, schools, and communities who are facing the fear of uncertainty without the hope of the nearness of Christ. What an incredible opportunity you and I have, in the midst of uncertain situations, to become beacons of light of the promise and presence of the sovereign rule of Christ. Very interesting, right? Let's keep going. Our job to reflect the love, goodness, grace, and glory of Christ to a broken world. Everything else is in firm and faithful hands of a loving God. Okay. Strange. That's strange thinking about that. And that was the end of the commentary. That was not very long commentary, but I guess it is very interesting. I was not thinking about that. I mean, I guess that's a big one. I think a big one, I mean, he kind of brought it up right here. But it's kind of, I'm wondering, like, what are ways we can be better beacons of light for other people, right? And maybe not even just, we should be beacons of light for everybody, right? Honestly, it's not just we should be beacons of light for other believers. Ultimately, we should somehow be beacons of light for becoming better fishers of men for the Lord Jesus Christ, ultimately, right? So I don't know. Let's keep going. Let me read a different commentary now, because I feel like this subject right here. Now, that's the one that I just read right there. Proverbs 31 Ministries. For some reason, it was like the first one there. Actually, it wasn't the first one, because I did kind of read that one a little bit. Let's read this because I put in Uncertainty Bible Commentaries. This first one, it says, the Bible is filled with stories of people facing uncertainty and discovering that not only is God not absent, he is often at work accomplishing his will in the world and in the lives of those he loves. Often it is a way that is mysterious to us. He is working it all together. He is in the back. That is just strange. I actually did not read that. I didn't read the last part. Often it is a way that is mysterious to us. And then the second one was that one. I don't know how this Google thing actually works. Is it because like people looked this up and they clicked that one the most, that one was the top one, and then they clicked that one the second most, and then that one's the second? I really don't know, right? So let's see if we can find another one. What other one are we going to find? Okay, now we got this one up in here. Let's read this one. This one's on desiring God. Now, these ones aren't on God. For some reason, God Questions doesn't have one, which you think God Questions would have had an uncertainty one, but I couldn't find one, or one didn't come up. So let's read this one. Desiring God, you can take heart in uncertainty. Uncertainty. Right? I feel like when I see that word now, hopefully I can think about faith. Can we have faith? Can we have faith in the things not seen? And you know, one things sometimes we don't see is things in the future, right? And sometimes it's kind of scary not being able to fully grasp that. Especially me. Okay, let's keep going. What is this going to say? This is by John Bloom, by the way. He's the one that wrote this. Let's read this. Uncertainty is a difficult thing to bear. We want to know where the provision is going to come from, or if we're going to die, or how this child is going to turn out, or if our job will still be there next month. But as we see in Luke 9:57 through 58, Jesus makes it clear that his disciples must be able to bear uncertainty if they are to follow him. I will follow you wherever you go. I am sure whoever made this public declaration to Jesus was sincere. They likely had heard him preach and seen him perform amazing signs and wonders. As Jesus' fame increased, so did the number of his would-be disciples. What the person might not have known was that at the moment Jesus was homeless, Jesus and his cohort were traveling south from Galilee. He had set his face to go to Jerusalem, where his resolute purpose was to die, but to get there he had to travel through Samaria. Back then,
there were a lot of bad blood between Jews and Samaritans. More precisely, Samaritans had the bad blood. They were the result of centuries of religious syncretisms. Okay? And the Gentile conquerors. Uncertainty is only apparent Uncertainty is only apparent uncertainty. Our future and our provision is the ultimate triumph are certain to God. Over the centuries, the Samaritans had developed their own version of the scriptures, had built their own temple on their own mountain. Their beliefs were defective distortions of Jewish orthodoxy. Okay, this is getting strange. But Jesus had made a bit of a name for himself among the Samaritans. For a Jew, Jesus spoke with and about Samaritans with unpreceded kindness and compassion. In fact, in the town of Sychar, he had spoken with a woman of questionable reputation, and as a result, she and many of that town believed Jesus was the Messiah. John 4:1-42. Be that as it may, Jesus was turned away from the Samaritan town when he attempted to make lodging arrangements there. If his face was set toward Jerusalem, he wasn't welcome. This really ticked off the disciples. The Samaritans weren't just heretics, they were ingrates. James and John wanted to burn the town off the map. What in the world? Okay, things will go wrong. But Jesus had come to judge the world. But Jesus hadn't come. I just want to relay that right there. Hadn't come to judge the world. He had come to save it. John 12:47. So he simply moved on without any place to stay the night. So when an adoring fan announced his desire to follow him anywhere, Jesus de-glamorized things a bit by replying, "Foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head." Luke 9:58. God doesn't tell us how that person responded because what's important is that implied question. Can you bear uncertainty? Can you bear not knowing how God is going to provide for your most urgent needs and still trust that he will? Isn't that crazy? I feel like that, man, I'm going to be flat out honest. I almost kind of didn't really know where this dude was getting to. It's so weird. We just read a whole nother commentary and it brought up something that was like, they brought up some other crazy scripture, right? And so now I feel like maybe this is why this is a very hard Bible study, because we're getting into some different stories, right, in the scriptures, right? But I feel like that is such an interesting one, right? Can you bear not knowing how God is going to provide for your most urgent needs and still trust that he will? Now, here's actually a very, very strange thing. Now, I don't know if this is for everybody's life, but I will say the best gifts that I have ever gotten in my entire life, right? They were always gifts that I didn't know that I was going to get, right? Even just take, for example, this thing right here, right? I know I probably look crazy because I have this thing. But I feel like this Ravenclaw that I have right up in here, this is probably one of like the gnarliest gift. I mean, I don't even know if it's a gift or something, but I just feel like it's just like it really has no purpose whatsoever. I mean, if I were to give this to somebody else, I mean, I think they'd probably just throw this thing away or something like that, right? They'd probably not want to touch this thing. But when I see this thing, I can't help but think, every time I even grasp this thing, I just can't help but think about Elijah, right? And it reminds me that God can use some very, very strange means to provide for us, right? Very, very strange means. And sometimes I wonder if I get so worldly in my ways of thinking. Imagine if everybody had to get provided for the same way, right? They're like, okay, this is how you're going to do it, and everybody had to do it that way, right? But then I think about many of these characters in the scriptures and how they got provided for. Many times it almost seems like God provided these people in just very, very, just very bizarre ways at times. I mean, I don't know. Am I just going crazy, or does that just seem like it's not just like a one character instance? I feel like this is a common theme throughout the scriptures. Like, it's like maybe the world is doing it one way, and then God kind of has like this. He's like almost he's like kind of going in this weird route of just being like, okay, well, the world's going to do it that way, but there's going to still be an option to somehow maintain or something like that with provisions. sometimes in unlikely situations, right? But sometimes it can be very scary, and many times it can be very uncertain, right? Because imagine this. Imagine you saw everybody. They're just prospering. They're just going for it. And you're just like, what in the world, God? Can I not get some of that stuff? Can I not get a little bit of the bag up in there? But you know, like, it's just like, what God is like, if you got that stuff, you would probably maybe even start straying away from God, right? I don't know. Sometimes I even think that's why God maybe kind of like hinders some things in my life, because maybe if he gave something to me, I would maybe like totally just stray away from even wanting to like give him the glory or something like that. I know it sounds crazy, right? Even you know what I was just bringing up, even just this weird flatland BMX dream, bro. This is the weird thing, right? I know it sounds crazy, but I'm going to be honest. I never would have gotten into doing these Bible study devotionals if there were. Imagine if there were just hundreds of thousands of BMX riders on Twitch right now, bro. I never. And okay, so if there was thousands and thousands of BMX riders, imagine if there was like a BMX category on Twitch, right? There's just thousands and thousands of BMX riders, right? And I'm just like, oh man, I just started wanting to stream. Bro, I'm going to be flat out honest with everybody. I never would have gotten into doing a Bible study because I would have been too afraid. I would have been like, oh, there's going to be all these people. I don't want to look weird. They're going to start judging me. I'm just going to look crazy. But it's weird because why I started getting into this stuff is first time I tore my ACL, which was really, really bad for me, honestly. And then I cleaned out this garage. And then it was weird because then I was like, oh, well, maybe there are a lot of BMX riders on Twitch. And then there's like none at all. There's actually just a couple. And it was just strange. I'm like, well, what should I be doing? And there was actually a time when I was actually going to stop streaming on Twitch for a bit, right? And then what started happening was then I was like, okay, well, I started meeting all these believers. And then I saw that they were doing these Bible study devotionals. I was like, okay, well, I could maybe try and do that. And then here we are this far in, and we're going to just keep going with it. And I'm wondering if God somehow... I probably sound crazy, but I'm wondering if God somehow even just, I don't know, maybe just through some weird, I don't know, maybe I don't know how he did it, but it's just like, I don't know, man, it's weird. I just probably sound crazy, but I'm just like, it just makes me tripped out even just thinking about why I'm even doing this Bible study devotional in the first place. it's just so crazy. I don't know. Let's keep going. Okay, where are we going? What is this? Can you bear not knowing how God is going to provide for your most urgent needs and trust that he still will? We just read that, but he just kind of made it really big right there. Now what was I going to say? It is a question that Jesus wants all of his disciples to wrestle with. There are simply going to be times when we don't know where the provision is going to come from. Circumstances will look precocious, sometimes foreboding and threatening. Plans are going to fall through. People are going to disappoint us. They may reject or misunderstand our mission. If these things happen to Jesus, we should not be surprised when they happen to us. And we are not to become angry when they do. Note that Jesus rebuked James and John for their response in Luke 9:55. Is that when they call? I think that's, dude, that is so weird, bro. I literally think in the last stream, I just talked about James and John and how so I think it is the same story. I think it's when they start being called the sons of thunder. Let's look that up right now. Sons of Thunder. Bible. Yep, it is. I think it is, anyway. The Sons of Thunder. Although Jesus changed the name of Simon to Peter, James and John were the only disciples upon whom he bestowed nicknames. The fiery evangelical zeal and extreme reactions often displayed by these two inspired Jesus to rather humorously dub them the Sons of Thunder. Maybe that isn't, because I'm pretty sure that's what happened, yeah, because I think James and John were going through this, and they were like, oh, I see all these people doing all this crazy stuff. Do you want us just to rain down fire from heaven on them or something like that? And then Jesus said, no, that's not where. But because of the zeal that they had for the Lord, that's when it's actually really strange that It's so weird to think about that, right? It kind of reminds me of kind of like the fire and the Hellstone preacher guys. And even though they might have a lot of zeal, I'm wondering if sometimes we have to tone it back down to being like, kind of being more loving, kind to people. Though still having zeal, right? Okay, where are we at? I got kind of off track here. Where was I at? Till I lost my place. Okay, I did. So Luke 9:55. You can take heart. Jesus does not want us to be governed by fear at such times. He wants us governed by faith. The reason is that the uncertainty is only apparent uncertainty. Our future and our provision and our ultimate triumph are certain to God. He has all the foreknowledge, power, resources, and desire to turn everything for good for those who love him and who are called by him. Romans 8:28. Apparently, uncertain seasons are usually the most powerful God moments we experience. They often put God on display more than other seasons, demonstrating that God exists and rewards those who seek him. Hebrews 11:6. So if you are in one of those seasons, take heart, you are likely experience what it means to have a God who acts for those who wait for him. Isaiah 64:4. And that was the end of this commentary. Now, isn't that strange, right? We just read 2 commentaries on just even the topic of uncertainty, right? And those 2, I kind of just want to read another one, because I'm pretty sure if I read another one, they're going to bring up some whole other story, right? Because honestly, I kind of feel like I could do a Bible study on just the story of Elijah, right? And how Elijah was said he was going to be living by this cave and he was going to be fed by ravens, right? Sounds crazy. I feel like that just seems very uncertain right there, man. It's just really brutal to think about. But yeah, let's just read a little bit about Elijah. I want to see if we look up Elijah's provision. Elijah's provision from ravens. Bible. What is this going to bring up? First thing that comes up. Let me actually type this one up in there. Okay. The ravens brought him bread and meat in the morning and bread and meat in the evening and drank from the brook. Sometime later, the brook dried up because there had been no rain in the land. Now, what can we learn about... I guess we could just read one of these up in here. There's a lot of ones up in here. Wow, that's actually very strange. Shall we read this one? Elijah fed by ravens, Bible story, meaning and importance. What is this going to say? Why God sending the ravens to feed Elijah should give you hope in desert seasons. Dude, I feel like, we're going to do a whole different one. I feel like this is going to be, I honestly thought some of the people that got into doing the Bible studies on certainty, they would have mentioned Elijah, because I just feel like that kind of makes sense, but that they thought it's something totally different. Let's read this one. What is this going to say? Or maybe I should do one tomorrow. Oh, let's read it. I want to read it a little bit. We'll read a little bit of it. As I was doing my Bible study on Elijah, just yesterday, the story of the ravens was the focus. When Elijah was in Cherith during a time of separation and preparation, God fed him by ravens. The mystery of the ways in which our Lord works is eye-opening in this biblical account. We can look at Elijah's provisions and be reminded of the unique ways in which God always cares for our needs. What happens in the story of Elijah being fed by ravens? In 1 Kings 17, Elijah told King Ahab that the Lord was sending a drought. God led Elijah to a dry land called Cherith, east of the Jordan, in 1 Kings 17:3. He tells Elijah that he will drink from the brook, and ravens will give him food. 1 Kings 17:4. Now, I don't understand. What I don't understand is how did Elijah, did he just hear some voice? Did some voice just like come to him and he's just like, you're going to go over here and you're just going to, it had to have been something like that, right? Because, it's saying that right there, right? God tells Elijah that he will drink from the brook and the ravens will give him food, right? And it's just weird, like, how did he have that discernment? It had to have been such a gnarly discernment of being like, you're going to do this, you're going to go over there, Because I feel like for me personally, I almost feel like I'm tiptoeing everywhere. I'm just kind of like,
God, do you want me to go over here? How do you want me to steward this? Am I even doing this right? Like, I don't know, right? And I'm just kind of just like, oh, well, there's some believers over there doing that. I guess I'll try and do it that way. What up, Priceless? What up, bro? Man, I'm doing a really hard... These past 3 Bible studies have been very, very challenging for me. I probably just sound crazy to everybody, but like, these past 2 Bibles... What do you think about uncertainty? Priceless. I feel like uncertainty for me is a very, very, a very strange occurrence. It's a very strange emotion, right? Because I actually feel like, here's another thing I didn't bring up earlier. I feel like within the emotion of uncertainty, there's also the emotion of not trusting God. Of being like, you know what? There's like that little seed of doubt that can start happening. I actually, you know, and it's like, it's weird. And sometimes I wonder, does God like sometimes like test us? Like being like, okay, well, sometimes I'm wondering if that's actually why maybe God puts us in these uncertain situations at times. Maybe even just to test our faith. Now, I'm actually going to look that up right now. Does God test the faith of his believers? I don't think he does, but I don't know. Does he? I don't know if he does or not. Does God test the faith of believers? Because, I mean, I think it might be. Because, I mean, imagine if you were proclaiming something, right? Imagine if you were like, oh, well, I believe in God and all this stuff and all the... And what if God was like, well, do you really believe all that stuff? And you just put a little test on yours? Just got done digging a stump out. Just joining in. I'm kind of late. Oh, no worries. I'm about to man, I try and speed these Bibles. I thought it was about... Every time, man, I always think I'm going to do a Bible study in 30 minutes. And these Bible studies just end up becoming like an hour. Yeah, we went into anxiety because I feel like anxiety is a big one. So I feel like when I think about the word uncertainty in the biblical scope of uncertainty, right? I feel like first there's anxiety, not knowing what's going to happen. And I feel like because you don't know what's going to happen, that can cause fear. And sometimes fear, because we've done some Bible studies on fear, some Bible studies almost kind of go into this weird primal state about fear, and not only some Bible studies, you know, Star Wars goes into that. You know, you think about Star Wars, what does fear do? Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering, right? So sometimes I feel like if we're in anxiety, that will cause us fear, and then that fear will cause a whole bunch of primal negative emotions at times, which God also tells us we shouldn't be afraid, right? A lot of times. But not only that, I also feel uncertainty can cause us to doubt God, to doubt even like, okay, well, why is this even happening, right? And I feel like these 3 big ones are actually very big ones for uncertainty. And I think what comforts us, well, what comforts me in uncertainty is pondering on the lives of these believers in the story, right? Now, I feel like it would be much different if all these characters in the Bible were completely perfect, right? Now, we do know that the Lord Jesus Christ, he was the only one that was completely sinless, and he was perfect, right? But the thing is that a lot of these characters, they were not perfect individuals, and they went through these strange struggles, and I feel like maybe God... How crazy would it be if God put these struggles in these believers' lives that we read about and study about for us to empathize with them? So we're just like, oh, well, okay, well, they kind of went through some harsh situation like that. Maybe I can kind of go through it too, or something like that. And we also went into talking about, this Charles Spurgeon, I don't know, we read some commentary and they brought up Charles Spurgeon. It was so weird because I didn't think about it, but I guess Charles Spurgeon, he put in uncertainty and being a beacon. And it's weird because it sounds almost weird, right? It's like if I'm uncertain in my situation, how can I be a beacon of light for other people, right? But ultimately, it's us trusting that the Lord is the Lord of all creation, and we should be stepping into the light, right? And maybe us stepping into the light and being a beacon of light, we can help other people that might be even in worse situations than us. How crazy would that be? How crazy would it be if we think we're in a bad situation, and then we're not even aware that other people are having it like way, way worse, right? And we're not being thankful, right? And I probably don't make any sense whatsoever, but I feel like all of this stuff makes sense to me. Am I just going crazy? I feel like all these words just like, it makes sense to me, but I feel like in the scope, if you were probably listening to this, I feel like it probably wouldn't make sense, but it makes complete sense to me now. But now it's like weird thinking about that. Okay, and oh yeah, that's what I was going to look at. I was going to look at and see if God tests us. Hebrews 11. So what I typed in, by the way, I typed in, does God test the faith of believers, right? Because here's the other weird thing about the lives of these believers, right? Is that, dude, some of them just live really, really crazy lives, bro. And I just go, because sometimes I wonder about that about my life, right? Because sometimes I see, like, I mean, even right now, like, even if you look at Twitch right now, you see some of these guys, they have thousands and thousands of viewers and, you know, all this crazy, and you're just like, what in the world is going on over here? Like, this is crazy, bro. Like, it's just like, you know, it's like, what in the world is going on here? And it's just like, sometimes, you know, and it's like, I don't know, it's weird, man, you know? And I'm wondering if God sometimes tests us. And now I'm going to read this. What does it say? Hebrews 11, 17 through 19. God tests us to do good, to cause us to stand, to make our faith strong and pure. Huh. And the other one, I know you kind of went in later, Priceless, but another one, there is this gnarly Christian, he used to be a bodybuilder guy, but what he did on his water bottle, right, he carries this water bottle, and what he did is he put this big sticker, and it says gratitude on the water. I mean, imagine this right here. I know this is coffee, but imagine if this coffee thing, it just had gratitude right on this thing, right? The reason why he did it was because he observed people that didn't have clean water. You know, imagine not having clean water, man. And it tripped me out because I started thinking about that. And it's crazy that you could be the strongest individual, right? You could be like the gnarliest, strongest, brutalist, most gnarly dude, right? But in 3 or 4 days, you will die if you don't have water. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I don't know if that's actually... I'm wondering actually the extent of how far someone has survived without water. But it's crazy to me to think about that. You could be like the weakest of individuals. You could be the strongest of individuals. But 3 or 4 days, man, without water. I mean, you could go, I think, for a couple months without food. But without water, it's like 3 or 4 days, right? And that is really, really gnarly, right? And so this is one of the reasons why this dude put gratitude on his water bottle. So every time he takes a drink, we should be thankful that we can even drink water. Because that's brutal to think about, right? And it's crazy to think about, actually. And it's so weird because I totally forget. And it's weird. And here's the thing, right? Is that when we do go through uncertainty, we do go through these negative emotions, or we do get envious of other people and stuff like this, dude, sometimes it's like you don't even think about drinking water. You're just angry, bro. You know, you're just like, ugh, like, why does that dude have that? Like, oh, you know, all this crazy stuff. Yet we're not even thankful for what we even have, right? And it's actually really gnarly to think about. And I guess that's the Bible study. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave it with one more thing, because the reason why I also got into that, thinking about that, was because of, where is it? Didn't we look up Bible verses on uncertainty? I'm gonna have to look it up again. Uncertainty Bible verses. Let's see here. Where are those verses that we went into? Oh yeah, this one right here. It was the very first one, and this is the thing I typed in, right? Philippians 4, 6 through 7. Do not be, and it's crazy because I've read this verse probably thousands of times. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Now, see, I feel like it's weird, right? It's actually just strange even talking about anxiety. It's weird, right? Because I feel like many cases... Here's the weird thing I've been noticing about a lot of these weird little negative emotions and stuff like this, right? What I have been observing lately is that sometimes I go through these things, I don't even realize I'm even anxious, right? I don't even realize I'm like getting angry. I don't even realize that I'm like getting sad. I don't even realize, because sometimes it's like very like masked with other things, right? It's like very like, oh, well, you had this thought. Well, this thought's kind of making me pissed off or something like that. And now
now I'm angry at that person, but I'm not. But do I think about that right there? It's like, am I right? And sometimes like these little triggers kind of like affect people more so than others. I actually shouldn't be laughing at that. That's actually brutal because people have died because of this stuff, right? I mean, you can even think about it so primal. There have been people that have died because they said something wrong and then they got stabbed in the throat or something like that, right? But now when I think about this, I'd like to think that anytime I feel any sort of anxiety or being anxious about anything, can I think about being thankful, right? Thanksgiving, right? And I'm going to write that down, and I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I'm going to have to probably write it down continually because I'm probably going to keep forgetting it. But what I'm going to write down right here is I'm going to write down anxious thankfulness. I know it's really, really cheesy, but it's completely cheesy actually. But I honestly think that might help some people. So if you guys are anybody's out there that you guys are feeling any sort of anxiety or you're feeling anxious about anything, though sometimes I don't even realize when I am feeling anxious, can we be thankful, right? Can we find some sort of a semblance, even if it's just the smallest little thing, right? Maybe you're not hungry. Maybe you get to eat something at least, right? Because there's people starving out there, and hopefully if we can be less thankful, or I mean, if we can be less in anxiety, if we can maybe be more thankful for what God has given us at the moment, right? Oh, wait, let's see here. Oh, my bad. Oh, yeah, dude, what's up? I ride BMX. Dude, I just realized you have 4130. Isn't that Kermali? Or is that the Odyssey Kermali? Let's see. How do you feel about people who live an alternative lifestyle, i.e., gay, lesbian, trans? Sorry, such a obscure question. Okay, I'm gonna be on. I'm not a pastor, by the way. I don't know too much, but how I see it is that many times I feel like people are somewhat blinded to the gospel and to, I guess, the knowledge of God and stuff like that. And there is a verse that says something like Satan blinds the minds of unbelievers, right? And I think many times we're not really aware of the thing. We're not really aware of how God's sovereignty really is upon humanity, right? And many times I feel that it takes some drastic situations for people to finally come to a conclusion of the healing and the strengthening and just the just everything that God gives us, right? And has kind of laid out in His Word. And I feel like that has actually happened to me because when I was younger, right, because I did grow up in the church and stuff like that. I think a lot of people kind of do, right? The thing was, I grew up in the church, but when I was younger, I totally strayed away from there. There was a good, when I was a teenager and stuff, bro, I didn't even believe in God. I was totally on the whole. I was for a while actually. I didn't even believe in God for a long, long time, right? Until all these things started happening in my life, and then I didn't have such a drastic story as some of the people I met in Long Beach, because I have met a lot of people that they went to prison, right? And it's kind of crazy. And before they went to prison, they were doing drugs, they were selling drugs, they were stealing things, they were involved in gangs and stuff like this. And I've talked to them, right? And a lot of them have said they had no inclination whatsoever to be in Christianity whatsoever. They were just having fun. They were just doing whatever they wanted, right? Well, then what ended up happening is then they got in trouble. They had to go to prison. And then, when you're in prison, it's almost like everything gets stripped away from you. Like your family, your friends, even your own clothes. You can't even wear your normal clothes when you go to prison, right? It's almost like you go and get thrown in there, right? And then what ends up happening is I've met so many people that were once in prison, and they did a 180 in their life when they got out, right? And they became these really, really gnarly believers. And they became actually very zealous believers, right? And the thing was, is that really, and many times in the beginning, it doesn't even seem like, well, what they told me is that many times it doesn't seem like we're even doing anything wrong, because we have no foreknowledge of any of this stuff, right? But yeah, let's see here. What's up, Pastor G? Let's see what Pastor G. What's up, dude? I'm lurking a bit. Oh, for sure, man. I hope you're doing good, man. Thank you for tuning in. I'm just trying to meditate on the Word of God. I don't even know if I'm doing these things right, Pastor G, but I'd like to think... So actually, I don't know what you think about this, Pastor G. I did a Bible study right now. I mean, I just read 2 commentaries on it, but we went into uncertainty, right? For some reason, the past 3 Bible studies have been very, very challenging for me. And I think I kind of somewhat got a little bit deeper, but I feel like uncertainty is such a big one, especially in our modern society, because there's so many things that have us being uncertain, right? Let's see here. Kermali, I've had that tag since the 90s. Huh. And the other thing I want to say, Ride BMX, I don't actually know your real name, so I'm just going to keep calling you by the Ride BMX thing. Is that many times, right, it does, now this might sound controversial, right? It's strange because, many times I have met believers, and they kind of feel kind of like we should only be hanging out with believers and stuff like this. Like, we shouldn't be hanging out with anybody else, right? But what's weird is as I get deeper into God's Word, right, there's many things, even just thinking about Matthew 4:19, which I'll put in, right, Matthew 4:19, and he said to them, "Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men." Right? Now, I've heard many pastors in sermons kind of go into Matthew 4:19, and it's weird because we're kind of called to not really fish for believers. It's not like we're out there fishing for believers, right? What's actually strange is we actually should be fishing for people that actually don't believe. It sounds really weird, actually, right? But the thing is how do you even do that if we're not even to like be a part of that, right? And it's strange because it makes me also think about kind of like what you're bringing about the alternative lifestyles. Is that now this kind of sounds controversial, but sometimes I wonder if maybe this has just grown and grown and grown because believers haven't went out to the lost sheep. Because there's this parable, it's the parable of the lost sheep, right? And it's basically, we can look it up too. It can go into a giant Bible study. But basically, the parable of the lost sheep, right? What's weird about the parable of the lost sheep is that Jesus, the Lord Jesus Christ, and also John, they were actually condemned by the Pharisees. Because the Pharisees didn't want to help these people. They didn't want to help the tax collectors. They didn't want to help the prostitutes. They didn't want to help these people that were kind of almost, in their eyes, they thought they were too far gone, right? Like they're too far gone. We ain't even going to help them, right? But then this is kind of where like the parable of the lost sheep comes because from what I was taught anyway, from what I remember, is that the Lord Jesus Christ actually wants everybody to come to repentance. He doesn't want just like he doesn't want just one race or one nation or something. The Lord Jesus Christ actually wants everybody, Jews, Gentiles, Greeks, everybody to come into repentance, right? And it's weird thinking about that because it makes me wonder, well, who are the lost sheep in our time period? It's actually really crazy to think about, right? And it's weird to think if the Lord Jesus Christ went to the lost sheep to try and save them, how are we to kind of go about going into the lost sheep, right? And I guess I might even do a Bible study on that tomorrow because that I feel like could be a gigantic Bible study. Who are the lost sheep? Are the lost sheep believers? No, they're not believers, right? Because it looks like the lost sheep are actually unbelievers, right? And it's crazy to think about that. It's Michael? Okay. But anyway, everybody, I guess that was the Bible study. Holy moly, these Bible studies have gotten even a little longer than even usual. So I probably just sound crazy, but oh well. I feel like what always happens is when I take like even a couple of days off from doing a Bible study, that just going live, it just feels very kind of like, I'm like one of these people, if I don't do something like regularly, I kind of like, I get like kind of like, I don't know, I'm not in the groove of it. But anyway, that was a Bible study. I hope you guys learned something. Hopefully I learned something. I mean, if anything, this is what I know, if it all kind of breaks down to this, I feel like if I learned anything, it's this. How can we be thankful? How can we be, if I am in anxiety, if we are in uncertain situations, how can we be thankful, right? How can we be a beacon of light even in these uncertain situations? Dude, you're doing great job. I'll chat as I'm not fighting. For sure. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I don't know. I feel like now I'm getting into some very, very hard topics, which I didn't think it would be very hard, but yeah, the Pride and Humility Bible study was probably one of the hardest Bible studies I've actually done, actually. That one was brutal, actually. Holy moly. It's actually such a hard Bible study. I'm actually still pondering on it. I'm just like, what in the world, man? It's like, it's really crazy. But now we're going to do a card draw. Now let's see what we draw today. Okay. So let's put this Bible away. And I'm going to do a card draw. Let's see some artwork we draw today. Then we're on our bike. Oh man, these things are brutal, dude. Holy moly, dude. These Bible studies are gnarly, man. They're gnarly. Because like many times I feel like, I don't know. It's like many times, like in a conversational aspect, right? It's kind of just like I'm just bantering around. It's not like we're talking about these crazy situations, right? And I feel like that's what makes these Bible studies so gnarly, is because we just kind of just go in there and we ponder about all these weird topics that I necessarily wouldn't really put too much thought into. But then as I get deeper and deeper into it, I start thinking about it. I'm just like, holy moly, bro. This is like really, really, there's just like so much to learn about it. Now, it is kind of strange. Here's actually another thing I want to bring up as well. For some odd reason, I meet a lot of athletes that are believers. I don't know what it... I don't know if it's just... I don't know what it is about it. For some odd... I'm going to be flat out honest with you. In the entire scope of everything that I've gotten into, all of these... everything I've gotten into, for some odd reason, bro, it's always these gnarly athletes that I meet that are believers. I don't know. It's really weird to me, right? And I think I honestly think there might be something deeper about it. And I think it's because, when you get into athletic stuff, I feel like maybe I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know why it is actually. Oh, let's see here. I will have to say that I'm not exactly a believer. I believe in doing the right thing and treating everyone with respect. As far as I'm concerned, love is love, and you should take it wherever it comes from. I also believe some people, when they are born, aren't comfortable in their own skin. If it takes love from the same gender or changing your gender to truly make you happy, so be it. The key to life is happiness, as long as you're not hurting other people. Yeah, I mean, that's a big one, right? Because here's unfortunately what I also encounter, which actually you bring it up, you kind of made me think about it, is that actually many times I actually meet people that have been like hurt by Christianity, or they've been condemned by Christianity. Even thinking about like the fire and hellstone preachers and stuff like that, right? But when I think about it, I actually think about kind of the nature of how Jesus went about, I guess, kind of just revealing truth to people, right? And he did it even if we think about John 13:35, right? Let me put it. John 13:35. By this, all people will know that you are my disciples if you have love for one another, right? And it's crazy, right? Because what's weird about this verse is it says all people, right? All people should know that we are the Lord's disciples by our love for one another. But many times, it doesn't really seem that way, right? So many times it seems actually the opposite, which is actually really crazy to think about that, right? All right, let's do a card draw. What are we going to draw today? Cut this.
Man, it's weird that you listen to these Bible studies, bro. It's so strange because, like, bro, there's only like, I probably only know 14 BMX riders on Twitch. It's crazy. It's so hilarious, bro. I'm just like, you're actually one of the few that are in there. Yeah, we're doing a card draw. This is the first card. Glory. This one reminds me of something out of Evangelion. Glory. Second card. Shield of the Oversoul. Huh. Number 3. Oh, dude, this is the first time I've ever drawn this card. That is so crazy, bro. This is the first time I've drawn this card on stream. Tree Folk Umbra. Dude, that card is awesome. Dude, that card is amazing. That one reminds me of so many scriptures right there. That one reminds me of so many. This one reminds me of Matthew 13:32. It is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come make nests in its branches. It also reminds me of Psalms 1. Okay, what else we got up in here? Number 4. Ooh, what else? Wood elves. 5. Kron, the Dawnclad. That thing looks gnarly. This one reminds me of Proverbs 28:1. It also reminds me of, now I know this is kind of getting into like some Catholicism. I don't know if it's actually all, I think it's Orthodox and Catholicism. It's something about lion with wings. I think it's Saint Mark or something like that. Lion with wings. I think it's Saint Mark or something like that. Yeah, okay. Now, see, I don't know if this is exactly correct, right? I do know that I think this goes into like Orthodox and Catholic stuff, but someone did kind of bring it up to me. The winged lion symbol is associated with Saint Mark because, according to ancient legend, while taking refuge from a storm in the city of Venice, Mark was visited in a dream by an angel in the form of a winged lion. Very strange. Very, very strange. Now, I know that's not in the Bible, by the way. That is not actually in the Bible. That's just... Now, I don't know, and by the way, I'm not like full... I don't even know what denomination I am. I just ponder on lore and stuff like that, and it's part of some of the lore. 2, 3, 4, 5. Spirit Link. Man, that thing looks crazy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. Angelic Armaments. Man, that thing looks crazy. Okay, I'm going to do this card draw on my Instagram, and then we're going to ride a bike. Holy moly, it's almost been 2 hours. This is crazy. Oh well, we're going to try and just send it for the Lord. Oh, man. Okay, let me do this on my Instagram. Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day. Oh, let me redo this. But welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork as well as help to support these artists. Today we drew Glory, Shield of the Oversoul, Tree Folk Umbra, Wood Elves, Kron the Dawnclad, Spirit Link, Angelic Armaments. And for the last card of the day, what will it be?
Oh man, interesting. We got the Bible verse card. We got the Bible verse card with Job 40:25. The Leviathan card. It says Leviathan 2. Can you catch him with a fish hook or run a line around his tongue? Interesting. Now the card I really liked. Actually, it's strange. This is the first time, man. I have literally been doing these card draws for so many. This is the first time I've drawn this one. It is actually ridiculous. I totally forgot this thing was even in here. But look at this thing. Whoa, dude. Tree folk umbra. Gnarly. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. We got this. And what we can do is we can put a link to the Twitch on this one. So if you guys are into this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the Twitch thing, which right there. We're going to copy this right here. We are going to open this up. Oops. Open this up. If you guys want to put a link onto your Instagram story, we go up here, we press this button. You have to go down and find link right here. We paste the link right here. Did it work? Oh, darn, it didn't work. Wait, I gotta do it like that. Let me see if I can film it. Okay. We're gonna hit the link button right there. I don't know if it's gonna show. It says link. Hit that one. Put the link right here. Paste the Twitch link. And then we do done. Now we have this link, so anybody that clicks that thing, they can go to it. Oops. There we go. Now we press this button and we share it and we're good. And this was the last card of the day. The Bible verse card. Segovian Leviathan. And they put Job 40:25. Leviathan 2. Can you catch him with a fish hook or run a line around its tongue? And that was the card draw of the day, everybody. And now we're going to ride our bike. Man, these streams are so weird, man. It's kind of crazy. I feel like this is the only game I really play lately. I wouldn't even consider this a game. I mean, I guess it is a game. I'm just basically doing a card draw, but... oh, cool. It's crazy that every single one of these is actually a month's worth of work. A month to month and a half. And we're just... I don't know if people really realize that, right? Every one of these paintings is literally a month or a month and a half worth of work. It's kind of crazy to think about. Alrighty. We're going to ride our bike, everybody. Hopefully we can land something. There's actually been a very drastic... Holy moly, there's been a drastic thing. I'm actually going to change it out right now. So if you guys get into flatland, these plastic pegs, I mean, I know there's a reason why the flatlanders use a certain type of peg like this. See how it has this grip on here? This is actually an old peg Ryan actually, Ryan gave me my first set of pegs. Ryan Russell. Shout out to Ryan Russell. But what ended up happening, which actually might have been affecting my cliffhangers last week, is that, see this sleeve, how this plastic sleeve, I don't know if you could see that. See how there's this plastic sleeve on top of this metal thing right here? What started happening is that if you don't glue it down with some super glue, this thing actually rolls on you, right? Now, actually, I did previously glue it, right? But if you break the seal of that glue, it goes back to just swirling around, right? So what I did is I took this. I should have streamed it, but like I took this this aluminum metal peg out, and I took a hacksaw and I cut in grooves into the peg, right? And then what I did is I put the super glue on that, and then hopefully this thing will not spin on me, because what started happening is that when I was doing a cliffhanger, I think what was happening is that I would do the cliffhanger or any front wheel trick, and this peg would move a little bit, right? And when your foot moves a little bit, it like changes your balance point, and it really messes you up. So if you guys are out there, and you want to get into flatland, I'd highly suggest gluing your pegs down, because if these things move on you, it changes a lot of the balance points up. So, or you could get a legit flatland peg. The only thing is you can't really grind on these ones. So, I'm gonna blow my nose. I'll be right back. Holy moly. Holy Toledo. Hashtag join. Back to pub now? Oh, for sure, Pastor D. Keep it up, bro. Keep shining your light, man. Keep shining your light, man. It's kind of funny. I just read something about Charles Spurgeon. He said that. A lot of believers actually bring that up, not just Charles Spurgeon. I mean, it was so far as to that the Lord Jesus Christ told us to shine. We're to shine our lights. The problem with shining our light is people get to see our failures. Right? Well, Spurgeon, yeah. I need to read more. I've listened to a lot of his sermons, but I haven't really read much of his work. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're going to check our PSI, and I'm also gonna change this peg out here. So we're gonna put this peg on. By the way, I should use normal grip tape. I'm using the, I think it's the grip tape at Walmart or something like that. It's like the ladder tape. Oh, darn it. Huh. Oh, there it is. There it is. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use this one over here. Let's see if this one works. Interesting. Intriguing. Alright, let's ride our bike now. Let me adjust this thing. dude. These streams are brutal. These streams are so gnarly, man. We're just doing a straight Bible study into a bike riding session. Oh man, these things are awkward. Let's just keep going for it, I guess. Let's chug some coffee, everybody. Cheers. Boom. Uncertainty was the Bible study. We're going to put some music on. Hold on. Let's see. Let's go. Why isn't this loading? Oh wait, here it is. Fire whip. We'll listen to some goth stuff. Let's check our pin side. Put the light on. Pretty solid. Alright, let's do... do our warm-up. Basically the only warm-up I do is for this knee.
start out by some fire hydrants. Let's play BMX. We're going to BMX riding. BMX streets. Oh, there's 53 viewers in here. There are 53 viewers.
The future of your business is here. With Wiz, you get advanced AI capabilities.
Actually, I'm kind of solid. Oh, that's what we're trying to learn today. Oh yeah, we're trying to learn bibleverse signal. Let's see if this text is marking that. Dude, I think it really helped. Maybe not. I've listened to all these songs so many times. This free? Oh, this is free. Is there lyrics in this song? I don't think there is. So someone, I read up on Global Flat. Someone said how they warm up to do double-footed tricks is they do hang tens. Let me practice that. I guess we can. I feel like that will help your double-footed tricks. Just getting really good at hang tens. I should have done that in the first place. I don't know why I didn't do it, but
it's kind of funny that there's all these songs that have been here that are copyright free.
should we practice cliffhangers? Let me mod my bar end. I'm trying to make not as much noise. So you guys can join me. I'm making a mod for your bar end. Maybe you're riding at night. Maybe maybe you're riding at night. You don't want to make much noise. What I did is I took this. This is a Walmart knee pad, an old Walmart knee pad. You take out this thing. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go over here. Just measure that out a little bit. Let's put it. I'm personally gonna measure that over here. Did on that side. That side held up. It's a little too big. I'm gonna cut it half. And then we're gonna get some athletic tape. Where's that athletic tape? And then just tape it like that. Hopefully it works. I think it should. Like that. And so when we drop our bike down, it should make less noise.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free, so he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax free.
And I'm going to film these ones, so get some better analysis on what we're doing wrong.
Oh, I'm just gonna let it in a little bit.
I think the song's not copyright.
Why? I tricked so hard.
The Northern Lights. And now I got that like light thing at Home Depot. This is one of the few lyrical songs without a copyright. It seems like basically 99% of all songs with the lyrics in it, it's copyrighted.
No, this trick is ridiculous. What's wrong with this trick? Oh my.
Dude, there's something really wrong with that trick.
How do people do this thing?
Every day I'm just like, bro, I'm just gonna get it, and then it's just hard every single time.
And I think it's actually my seat. I might have to try a different seat, but
Setup.
just keep trying until yeah, at least get one good one. Brutal. Might be my foot setup. I mean, kind of on the tippy toes because it's easier to get into. I might have to try it like that. Oh my god, I was lighter right there. Let's see what that one looked like. I think it might be my foot setup. I've been tiptoeing it. I think you may have to put the peg more in the middle of your foot. Oh, I'm still too far forward. But I'm wondering if it's my seat too. I think it might be my seat as well. Huh.
I'm gonna try something actually. Should I switch that up or no? No, I'm just gonna keep it. We're just gonna keep it. Because I forgot, I need that seat set up for my other tricks, so. I've been trying to find like a seat setup so I'm good at, so I could do all the tricks, but. Oops. Because I forgot, this is the reason why I have the seat set up. Okay, back to cliffhangers. What I might do is maybe I should lower my seat just a little bit more. Yeah, I think I could lower it a little bit more. So I could do track stands. Yeah, you just gotta be prepared to fall for this trick, man. What I'm wondering is, did everybody have to go through this, or am I just a really slow learner? Keep doing all of them, I guess. All the magic tricks. Yeah, just keep doing the double foot steamer. Dude, the peg really helped. Not having this thing move really helps.
Look at these numbers.
That trick is brutal. What's wrong with that trick? Maybe you should try the other one. This one. I can't land anything. Oh, so close that one. Yeah, that one's easier. The Hank 10 no-hander is easier than the cliffhanger. Because, like, the cliffhanger, you have to be behind the seat. It's, like, brutal. The Hank 10 no-hander, it's like, even if you mess up, you know, it's like you're not flipping over. It's really that bad. Sounds cool.
At KFC, get a whole meal for a good deal. Starting at just $4.99. Protect the skin you serve.
The skin you defend in. Protect your skin with La Roche-Posay's ultra lightweight sunscreen with ink.
I get around here good today. Wait, that's what I was doing. I have to film this for this for my phone line. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Being too scared of this trick. That's all it is. Yeah, I'm too scared of this trick.
I'm not getting upright enough, for sure. I kind of feel like the Nintendo handers are messing me up. Because I'm like leaning really, really forward to do that trick, and then the cliffhanger is kind of opposite. Just listen to all this stuff.
I was always riding the BMX bike and curves and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff, it was when the movie man came out, and then seeing like commercials and stuff of people doing tricks and bikes and stuff. I started into it that way. And then my dad met Jeff Cotter and Ron McCoy, those guys wearing that. I really started learning stuff, hanging out with people that were better than I was. I've been riding in Long Beach, but I'm not sure. I've been living in Long Beach too long, man. It's such a wild. It's like I've been living in that area for so long. Most of the time I'm right by my
Okay, what's coming up? Scared of it. Oh well. It's gonna take a long time to learn, I think. What about this one? Kevin Joe's one. super bad at this trick. I don't know why. We kind of held it a little bit. This right there. I'm just out of it today. We're just out of it today, man. Brutal. Lean too far forward. Just take a bottle. Bottle. Yeah, I just think it's brutal. I don't know, man. This is so challenging. Alright, I'm going to tighten my cranks up. We're just going to go all out. I don't even care if people think it's boring. I guess we only have an audience of one, really. It's the Lord. I need to learn this track. You got to get that right angle when you get into it. I almost landed that. I was about to put my hands up back on the bars. What the? How did they do it? Here, I'm gonna actually experiment now. Let's put our seat like super low. What does that do? Let's see what happens if I do that. Even though Sam Folks runs it like this, but I haven't seen other people run it lower, so let's just see what happens.
I think it's easy. I don't know. It's just a placebo effect, probably, but I wonder if I can still like locomotive with the seat right now. I don't think I can. I might have to like adjust it for certain tricks. I guess I still can. Good. I guess I just can't track stand anymore. I guess it's time maybe to level up, everybody. No longer track stand. Ooga baga, ooga baga. I kind of don't think having my seat this low is making it easier. Whoa, we finally landed one. Woo-hoo. Holy moly, that only took 300 tries. Thank God. That was not, oh my goodness, that took so many tries. Man, that's brutal. Wow. We landed a cliffhanger, everybody. I don't know how that one looked. Let me analyze it. Did we get it on film? Oh, we did. Dude, I landed one. I can't believe we landed one. Oh my goodness, dude, that trick is gonna drive me crazy. Oh man, it doesn't even seem real that I even landed one. That's crazy, man. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's land another one. Another one. Another one. Okay, I have to delete my memory. Albums recently deleted. Dude, I am so happy. I honestly thought I was gonna just not learn that trick, and then I got a little nudge of encouragement. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. See if I get into a line. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. I think it is easier with a lower seat. The how-to say you should have a high seat. Honestly, I don't know. see. Ah! So my cranks are too loose to keep moving on me. Puta! Ipakabu. Now I'm wondering, should I move my seat back a little bit now, maybe? That's pretty cool. Peace. I don't know about this, all these like noises. I don't know about this one. I don't know, that weird, huh? I like this one.
What Barbara was the TurboTax? I wrote 4 generations of family tradition with 5 little words.
I'm filming all this stuff too. Lord. I had one today, so that's cool. Do. Combo I was gonna try and do. 13 minutes not learning anything. Brutal. Oh well. Okay, yeah. Tail tap, bar, Smith, kickflip, feeble, tail tap, endo, ET, ice pick. You tired?
We've donated 3 billion meals to local food banks and agencies since 2017.
That is something. Keep closing it today. Just keep doing them, I guess. Dude, that trick's all weird now. It's weird like how I'll change something on my bike and it affects a lot of tricks. And now like this is hard. I need to find like the middle ground of all of it. Where's that tool at? Gotta find the middle ground of all of it. Maybe I should lift my seat up just a little bit higher then. Since we landed 2 cliffhangers, see if we can land another one. Lift it up just a tad. It is easier this way, but I just want a bike that I can do all the tricks, you know? Those posts get stuck in here. Oh my god, it's stuck in there. Jesus. It's really stuck in there. I should put some oil or something. still do it, but it's just barely there, huh? What up, Priceless? I know, I'm trying to, bro. Try not to do tricks I'm really good at, that's the thing. Today's just straight working on tricks I ain't good at. I need more bars. Trying to find a setup where I can just do everything, but I don't know how I would do it with this seat setup though. It's the issue. I guess I would need lower bars. I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to do this if I get lower bars. Hydrate? Oh, dude, good call. I do need to hydrate. How you been, Prices? You doing good, bro? You fully recovered? Cheers, bro. Thanks for that hydrate, dude. I actually do. I need to hydrate. Doing real well? I see it. Productive day? I always feel like super productive on Mondays because it's just like I just freaking just slept. I just had a full-on day just to sleep. I just feel rejuvenated. Rejuvenated. Let's see. Does this opt into me doing all the tricks? I'm gonna have to just get used to the seat setup, like, because I want to do all the tricks. So I think the next goal is that I'm gonna have to get some smaller bars. I guess the one trick I might have trouble with is the Joel track stand no-hander. But I think I still could be able to do it with that seat setup. Huh. I could maybe just lift this, bring that up even more. Maybe that's what I could do. I mean, that is doable. I could practice, I could experiment with that. Yeah, as long as you have just one good rest day, man, I feel like that's what's needed. Ideally, it would be nice to do it on Saturday or Sunday, but I had a pastor that said, like, as long as you just take one day, you know, because, you know, like in our modern society, we have, like, you know, people inevitably sometimes have to work on Sunday or Saturday, right? But as long as you just take one day, you know, it could be any day. That's what this one pastor said. Some pastors would say something else, though, but there's actually a lot of controversy with the whole Sabbath day, you know, if it's on a Saturday or if it's on a Sunday. It's kind of interesting. The cult of personality. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know what that is. I know there's that one song, right? Isn't there a song, like an old 80s song? The Cult of Personality or something like that, right? I don't know, but I mean, we are to be like zealous for the Lord. I mean, there is this one verse that says, like, do not be slothful in zeal, like serve the Lord or something like that. But also, I would like to just think about it just as being like Proverbs 28. I mean, Proverbs 28:1. Y'all shut like this one. I mean, I don't know if it goes into cult of personality, but you know, Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion, right? I'd like to think, because like being bold, like if you read if you look up like sermons and commentaries on like being bold, right? You know, like if you open up a Word document and you press that bold button for the letters, what happens, right? The letters get really big, you know, and you can read those letters really far away, right? So I guess, and then some pastors, some commentaries go into that, like since we're like believers and we're supposed to be like peculiar people or something, we're supposed to be like strangely in it of the world, but not in the world, or in the world but not of the world, or something like that. I don't know. I do a bad job at explaining it. A cult of personality, sometimes referred to as a personality cult, is defined as an exaggerated devotion to a charismatic political, religious, or other leader. Interesting, huh? Because I mean, it does remind me of zeal. I really like the word zeal because it is actually a paladin ability. Let me look at some zeal Bible verses because I really like zeal, but also zeal can be actually bad as well. Zeal Bible verses, because I think it says there's one that says, "Do not be slothful in zeal." And when I think about zeal, I think about like, let me just put that verse in there because I think it's what? It's Romans 12:11. Romans 12:11. Do not be slothful in zeal. Be fervent in spirit. Serve the Lord, right? And like, what do you think about, so it's weird because it uses the word slothful, right? No, I don't actually know if sloth is actually a sin, being slothful. But when I think about being slothful, right? I think about being like inactive. Like just being like, ugh. You know, like a sloth. You know, a sloth is all like, ugh. You know? It's like, it takes all like, it's just very like, it's almost like boredom, right? And when I read that verse, I'm just like, fervency and don't be don't be slothful in your zeal, right? So I mean that might go into that, right? Just having that enthusiasm, right? Because honestly, I think enthusiasm is such a big deal, man. Because man, if someone ain't, dude, you know, like I'm gonna be real, you know, because you know, like when you're around somebody that's just not enthusiastic about something, they're just like, just kind of bored or something, you know. But I feel like if like you're enthusiastic about something, you're a little bit more prone to be having a more fun into it, right? So I think that's something, right? But also we have to be careful about zeal. Actually, kind of funny because we did the pride and humility Bible study. But I think zeal can also, on the other spectrum, we can have an unhealthy zeal. Like say if we were condemning people, being like, "You're gonna burn in hell." You know, so stuff like that, right? You could be too zealous. Kind of goes into the Sons of Thunder thing, which is I'm wondering if that's why the Lord used James and John, because they were very zealous, right? They were so zealous they wanted to rain down fire from heaven on people, and the Lord was like, "No." It's cool, you know. It's like so funny that He named them the Sons of Thunder because they wanted to do that, right? Like, I don't want to do a Bible study on zeal. I mean, there's this one, too. Let's see here. In a cult of personality, the leader solidifies and legitimizes his authority through media manipulation and propaganda that causes followers to believe the leader is the only one who can achieve the stated mission. I was listening to this vegan, and he was talking about how some vegans push it onto other people and hate the other side, meat eaters. Huh. Now, see, I don't like that part, right? I do not like that part. Because I feel like that is something... Because here's the other thing, is I feel like that's kind of where it gets kind of, I guess, somewhat subjective in our talents that we have, right? Because the thing is, ultimately, the Word of God should be the most important thing, right? Now, if God does give you some things in your life to steward, we are to try and steward it for the Lord, right? And that is different for everybody, right? So I would like to, because I feel like that could get a little slippery because, and I think that's another big thing of why Christianity is so big and it grows so well, right? Because it is like a free grace thing. Everybody,
the Lord calls everybody to come to repentance. It's not just like some idealistic, like crazy dude at the top or something like that, which I guess sometimes it does seem like that, maybe in many churches. Actually, there's actually some pastors that I actually have heard. They have been bringing up what's interesting about the church as of late is that sometimes we have the pastors in the pulpits and stuff like that, and sometimes the congregation feels like they can't do anything in the church, right? When we're all a part of the church. Us as people, us as believers, we are a part of the body. And so when I do think about what you said right there about like kind of having that the figure at the top, I'd like to think about just 1 Corinthians 12 and how the Lord uses all of us, right? And no matter who you are, right? I mean, even looking at that one dude, you know that Nick Vujicic guy? I don't know how to spell his name. If you type in Nick Vujicic, no arms, no legs guy on YouTube, I mean, the Lord's using that guy too, man. He has no arms, no legs. He can't even ride a bike, you know? So it's like, he can't even run. It's crazy, you know? So if the Lord could use somebody like that, and not only someone like that, but he could use anybody, say even like Paul the Apostle, who actually used to be a persecutor of Christians, it makes it more kind of like open to having people join in, right? I feel like that's kind of where like cult of personality might get kind of, might get a little weird, right? I might be wrong on that though, right? But cult is an interesting word though. I will say that. It is a very, very interesting word. You've been thinking about vegan? Interesting. Well, that one dude that I showed you, what's his name? I forgot his name. Ryan Van Duzer. I'm pretty sure that dude's vegan. I don't know if, I think he still is, or I think he's vegetarian. I don't know if he's vegan. He might be vegan though. I don't know, I feel strong when I eat meat. I guess you could try it out. The thing is, I feel like I feel like it might be a little bit more expensive, right? To be vegan. But there are a lot of athletes that are, you know, vegan and stuff like that. So it's not impossible. Because I know if you look up Ryan Van Duzer, if you look up Ryan Van Duzer meals, bike packing meals, he does it, man. He's bikes like long distances and hasn't eaten meat. Let me type his name in. Ryan Van Duzer on YouTube. He might let me look. I might have spelt his name wrong. He might have some videos on that, but I personally like to eat meat though. I mean, I feel like I just recover a bit faster when I eat meat. When I was younger, I did try and go like vegan because some of my friends were vegan, but like, I don't know. Let's see here. Because I know he would like eat a bunch of beans. Ryan Van Duzer. I'm gonna put in Ryan Van Duzer vegan. See what comes up. Okay, well, I don't know if he's vegan. I think he's just vegetarian. But yeah, there is this video where like it shows him like, yeah, he's actually not vegan. He's actually just vegetarian, I think. But that's what he eats and stuff like that. I don't know if he's still vegetarian, so. But maybe you could try it out. Maybe you could do kind of, I almost feel like before you were to even experiment, even going into vegan, I would probably kind of take it down a notch. Maybe like try to take out like red meat. What does your body feel like without red meat? What does your body feel like with just maybe fish? What does your body feel like with just like, maybe just white meat or something like that, right? And then just kind of take it down in notches until maybe you want to try like being totally vegan, because I don't know if vegans can have honey, right? I'm not sure.
John Joseph. No, I haven't heard about that guy. Let me look him up. An Iron Man guy. Those Iron Man guys are really, really gnarly. John Joseph. Vegan. Oh, wow. Vegan's just like the same. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's doable. That's the thing. The other thing is, if you're running out of time, too, I mean, I feel like that, because I have had some friends that were vegan and stuff, and I feel like the time aspect is definitely what starts eating away at them. Because, I mean, if you have the funds, if you have a bunch of money, right? Bro, I bet it'd be so much easier to be vegan, because you'd be like, okay, I got all my meals, like, set, I have all these restaurants I can go to. But, like, I feel like if you're maybe struggling on some funds and stuff, like, being vegan would be even harder, right? Especially, like, if you're, like, you know, outside with your buddies, they're going to the fast food place, and you're like, oh, I'm going to get some french fries or something like that, right? I may be wrong, right? I'm not wrong. Yeah, one of my friends was actually vegan for a really long time. Yeah, lots of stuff out there for sure, huh? You can try it out. Doesn't hurt to try, right? Are a lot of your friends, do you know a lot of people that are doing it right now? Because I feel like that would help. I mean, if you're hanging out with people that are already vegan, you know, that would definitely help, because you'd be like, hey man, what should I eat and stuff like that. Oh, your girl is okay. For sure. Man, the cliffhanger is easier with this, your seat lowered. What do I think of pork? Well, I know in the Old Testament pork is not good to eat. I think in the New Testament it says something like, there is no... I feel like that law really isn't in there anymore. There's something in the Bible that says it's not... I think there's something in the Bible that says, like, it's not what goes into a man that defiles him, it's what comes out of a man, right? I might be wrong on that, though, so I haven't had anybody really ask me that. The other thing is, I mean, there is that weird story with, like, Jesus, he's casting out the demons, and they go into the swine, and the swine basically hurl themselves off the cliffs. They hurl themselves off the cliffs. You know what I might do, actually? I think I'm going to set my bike up to where I can switch this out, like, very fast. Maybe that will help. So if I want to do a cliffhanger, I just throw it down, and then if I don't want to do it, I just throw it back up. Have you asked any of your other friends about, like, being vegan?
think there is a Bible verse that says it's good not to eat meat. No, I don't know. Let me look it up real quick. I'm gonna be honest. I actually think there is I do remember there is some weird verse that says that. Let me see here. I might be wrong though. Let me look it up real quick because I don't want to put out some verse that I might have It is good for a man. Verse. Is there a verse? I don't know. You'd have to probably do a Bible study on it. Because I've never done a Bible study on it, right? Oh, wait, never mind. I don't think there is a verse. Maybe there... I thought there was a verse, but I guess not. I thought there was maybe a proverb or something. I guess it's anything that makes our brother stumble. Yeah, I would probably... there's probably some verses. I think there is some verses. Because, I think it was this verse I was thinking of. But I think it just basically means, it's Romans 14:21. It is good not to eat meat or drink wine or do anything that causes your brother to stumble. I ultimately think that kind of just means, if we're causing anybody to stumble, it's probably not good, right? In terms of their faith. They are all like dogs. They eat meat like animals. Swine are weird, though. Pigs are weird. They're weird animals. They're also very dirty. They're very dirty animals. Okay, I think I actually fixed this. So now it's actually movable. Okay then, I think I have something figured out now, where if I'm going to cliffhanger, I'll just cliffhanger like this, and then just raise my seat if I write anything else.
Give them the choice. Pigs are very clean animals. They are only dirty because wherever they're being kept is not being kept clean. I've worked with pigs. If they've got a proper setup, they're very clean.
Zion. What in the monkey? Holy moly! Welcome, travelers. Welcome to bike riding. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Remember, go and support your local bike store and go and get a BMX bike today. Dude, thanks for the raid, bro. What in the world? What are you doing, bro? I know it's a seat. Hey, so get it, bro. I think I figured out the secret to the cliffhanger. You gotta have the right setup right here. Let's see if I can land one for you guys. You guys have, who knows how to cliffhanger in here? Because this trick has been driving me crazy. Almost did it. Do you guys, dude, have you tried that trick, bro? Oh my goodness, that trick is driving me crazy, man. Because people do it like really easy. If you look at those guys, they make it look so easy. But it's not easy, it's hard for me. So another thing, hey, another thing, everybody, man, it's been tripping me out. So what I started doing is with this peg right here, you know how like the sleeves move? You know like how you get a plastic peg and it just moves like that? Well, what I had to do is I took the peg out of the sleeve and I got a hacksaw and I made X's in the peg, and then I used super glue, this super glue right here. I'm not sponsored by them, but this super glue right here, and I super glued the peg in the sleeve so don't move on me anymore. I feel like it's helped me with, I feel like it definitely does help with a lot of tricks. Wait up, I need to bring my sleeve up a bit. What tricks have you guys been learning? What is everybody's favorite trick in here? No, I'm doing the flatland maneuvers. They're not as well known. That's good. That's good. Yeah, let me look at the chat real quick. I'm just adjusting my bike. Axe. Peg spin is annoying. Windshield wiper. Dude, have you learned the windshield wiper to hang 5? Windshield wiper to hang 5? Dude, I feel like you would be so good at the elbow glide. Because if you can windshield wiper, dude, like the elbow glide feels just like the windshield wiper. Oh, I almost landed right there. It's basically the elbow glide is basically a windshield wiper. You just hold it, right, and then you just go this way. I feel like you would learn that trick pretty fast. I don't know what tricks I've been really working on. I've been working on this trick. This is called the, this is a switchfoot circle K. Pretty fun. It kind of feels like you're like drifting a car or something. You're like, "Nerd." I don't know what other tricks I've been working on. Let's see, what other maneuvers? Oh, dude, I learned hang 5 to double peg. It's taken me so long to even do it, but let's see, we got a hang 5 to double peg combo up in here. On this thing. Peace. I know that ledge is like super low, but that's a pretty cool combo when like people are like doing the grind. You know, you do grind, hang five, grind. What other moves we got here? I don't know what other tricks that I've been really working on. Bro, I have, you know that one, I don't know if you're still in here, Spencer. You know that, that funky chicken tail whip? Bro, I've only landed one, and you're the only one that saw it. Well, I guess in terms of like, I've never landed another one. So if you guys know how to do this trick, there's no how-tos for this trick. It's the funky chicken tail whip. Here's my one. It's weird because there's these dudes in the 80s, bro. They're doing like 5 of them. They're like, what? I'm like, what in the world are these people on, bro? It's crazy. This will go in more like show mode, I guess. That one's fun. Lately, I've just been in grind mode of just learning tricks. I haven't really been doing the tricks I really do lately, normally. It. I always just do those tricks though. I'm not in like trick learning mode right now. I'll put a stream marker right there. What other maneuvers have we been trying to learn? I'm like blanking out right now. I haven't had this many people watching in a really long time, dude. Who are all these people? Dude, I learned how to pump this. So it's crazy because like you can just like gain speed. If you see all those like the pro flatline riders, you know how they kind of like pump everything? You basically have like an infinity combo because you can just gain speed doing it. So we got a multi-fire whip. You guys have any tips on this trick? I'd love to hear it too. What is this?
I'm talking.
These commercials are brutal. I've been kind of out of it today. I haven't really been landing anything. What other maneuvers we've been doing? It's weird. It's like once everybody's in here, I like freeze up. I'm like, what am I even doing in here? A lot of these tricks are just super inconsistent for me. It's fun though.
Feel at home, Gerald?
Bring on the flavor with Firehouse Subs barbecue Cuban sub with slow-smoked pulled pork, honey ham, Swiss cheese, gold.
I'm trying to think, what other stuff have I even been doing? Here, check out this one. Dude, this one's fun, man. It's a rocket tail tap 360 crank flip thing. Hand crank flip. We upgraded it. Oh, I did a correction hop. Pickup bar got me. The pickup bar got me. I'm bad at bar spins, everybody. Bar spins is my worst trick. Doop. It's kind of hard finding like copyright-free music I like, so I just listen to all the stuff over and over again.
Introducing Wiener Schnitzel's $1.99 chili cheese fries burrito.
You are the future. Pursue tech careers with the DeVry Scholars Program. Advance your ambition.
Advance your ambition. Huh. What shall we do? Oh, I got tired. Eee. That's probably the line of the day. How I get these clips is we go over here to our street manager. Oh no, my phone died. No. Well, how to manually write down clips is I'm just going to write down the time and then I just highlight it on Twitch. So that was 3:45 line. And it's kind of crazy because it's actually faster for me to just stream this and just do a highlight to get a clip instead of putting my phone up because I don't have much memory on my phone. Yee, that was fun. I wonder what other tricks. You guys have any like flatline tricks you guys want to learn? I'll show you the first trick I learned was the track stand. I feel like the track stand helped me learn hang fives because like you don't need front brakes either, but it is easier with the front brake. And you kind of just hold it like this. I feel like that's how I learned hang fives. I just kind of like felt it like this, you know. But then like my second trick I think was this one. Oh my god, I still do this one. You don't need front brakes either. All you need is this. I have seen people do it without the tall seat too, but you have to like hold it right there. Peace. The brakes went out. What's the brakes? You guys have any trick requests? I probably can't do most of the other tricks, but we could try. That was sketchy, I had to save it. What trick we got here? Funky chicken? Some people say this trick's easy, but Yeah, the funky chicken always gets me. Nope. That's not out of there. See, we do a circle. Let's switch to a circle, okay? If you guys like drifting cars, I feel like this one feels like it, kind of, in some weird way. Oh, kidding me. We almost landed. That one's hard to land. You guys know how to land that one? I feel like I can only land like 1 out of 80 of them. So inconsistent.
At over 50 destinations, earn rewards for your entire stay as a Common Select guest.
What am I doing here? Ipagabugaboo.
I don't know what to do, I'm tired. Oh, what's up? That was a cool one. I haven't done that line in a long time. So if you guys saw that, that one was kind of a rare one. Can we add a stream marker? You got that clip? Whew. Let's shred the gnar, everybody. See, we got a upside down tail. Your foot almost went in the frame. Are you kidding me? Watch. No upside down tail. I'm tired. I need water. Cheers, everybody. What else I should? I'm not sure if I have anything working on it. There is like a multi-hang 5 line. Let's see if we can do it. Doesn't take that much energy. Peace. Oh, you're kidding me, I lost it. Peace. Ah, fudge. That one's hard. Like, if you don't get in the right angle, it like throws you all weird. It's fun though. What other maneuvers we got? We're gonna do some Joel no-handers. Let's see what we do Joel no-hander. Oh, fudge. Oh, my God. Eek. Let's do this. Eee.
I was always riding my BMX bikes jumping curves and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff is when that movie Rare came out. And then seeing like commercials and stuff of people doing tricks and bikes and stuff.
Oh. That was sketchy. We landed it. Dude, that, I don't know if you guys saw that one. That one was a gnarly one. That was the hardest, that line right there was the hardest one out of all the ones I landed. If you guys saw it. It didn't look that hard, but that one was the gnarly one. That one always gets me. Why that one get me all the time? We do. Please. Fuck. If we can try to get over there. That one's just so sporadic. If you mess up the squeaker right here, it kind of just throws you all over the place. I'm trying to get into like over on that one or over on a sprocket stall. Something like that. Something like that. We got a big inspired line here, guys. Ah, nope. I can't bunny hop bar, but I could do pickup bars. I just landed like 5 lines. Just because there's a bunch of people watching. I've already kind of landed most of this stuff, so nothing too crazy. We're just doing new tricks in and out. I'm trying to learn new stuff, so if you guys like if you end up rewatching the stream, just watch like that first part when I start riding. I'm just trying to land cliffhangers. I'm failing. Just keep riding. I don't know what else to do. I mean, there are a lot of combos. It's just my energy levels are starting to dwindle. So now I gotta do tricks that are not as taxing. I guess maybe we could do an Undertaker. Shout out to the guys that do Undertakers. Shout out to the wrestler, the Undertaker. He's a believer. He made me learn this trick. I mean, I guess he didn't make me learn this trick, but that's why I learned this trick, because of the Undertaker. That's all copyright. Oh yeah, that song's a copyright. For the Undertaker. Boom. See if this trick's really hard, or I'm gonna land it first tee. I'm gonna battle it out. Oh, I was gonna sit right there. That's good, no cigar. Remember to feed your wild squirrels. Are you kidding me? Watch, someone's gonna do this trick in the air. Check it out, everyone's gonna do it. If anybody's gonna do it, it's probably gonna be our Willie. It's gonna be a battle today. Some days I can land it pretty easy, but some days this is a struggle. Almost in the combo. Yee! I landed the other trick. I didn't do the combo though. The trick I normally can land. Are you kidding me? Ay, ay, ay. I don't know if that one's going down, everybody. I really can't do it. Grow the plants. Grow the plants, everybody. Let's sow the seeds. Let us cultivate the fields. And I'm bad at manuals. Ayapa. What trick should I do? I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm literally like, that's my trick selection right there. I don't know, what other tricks do I do? I feel like that's it. Like you guys basically saw everything I think. I'm like trying to think, what tricks do I not? Basically, other than that, it's just combos tricks. Yeah. Just combos after this. Yeah, what was that? What other maneuvers are there? Yeah, basically just combos now, man. I guess we get into some like cheesy tricks. See if the wedges are okay. That one's work. That one's hard, man. You guys know how to land it. I feel like I can never land it. There's too many variables. I guess we could just end the stream by, or not end the stream, but like just do multi-whips. We will do multi-whips now, everybody. Let's see if we can get the 7 whip. That is the PR. Adjust the gauges. We're ready for takeoff. Multi-whip bike activated. Ooh. That was fun. I think that was a 6 or a 7. Say that one. You guys count that one? I don't know if that was a 6 whip or a 7 whip. I think it was a 6er though. It was a 6 or a 7, I can't remember. I think it was it might have been just a 5. It was a 5 to a 7, I know that for sure. The thing is, these tricks are kind of cheesy, so like, not many people like them, but I like them. They're cool to me. I don't know. I think they're cool. This one's called Fire Whip. The Fire Whip. Ah. No. What you talking about, empathy? I don't even like 0 anymore. 0 is not the way, no mo. Dude, empathy. How do I give people shoutouts? Hey, everybody that's in this stream right here, go follow Empathy right now. See that guy right there, Empathy for Insects? Go follow him. He's another BMX rider. All these people are from Spencer's stream. So go follow this guy. He's another flatland rider. He knows a lot. He can teach you how to ride. This guy right here has taught me a lot about the bike. High production effort. How do I give you a shout out? Do I just do I just do at your name? Let me see here. At, yeah, this one right here. Did that work? I think that works, right? How do you bring up that thing where you can just follow people? I don't know how to do that. Houston, I don't know, man. I don't know about that, bro. I basically just go to Colorado and California. I've never been really on that other side. Okay, here, wait up. Here, Empathy, here. This one's for you, bro. Right here. We'll practice some hitchhikers for Empathy. I actually haven't practiced them today. Oh, darn it, I have these things on. Fudge. I put these silencers right here. Screw it. I guess I could just practice without those things. So how I've been trying to learn the hitchhiker is, should I put these things on? I probably should. I don't know if I should or if I shouldn't. Screw it. We'll just do it without it. I can't put them on. How I've been trying to learn is this way. So I start bar small. I have my cranks actually put in that position for a reason. So when I get into the elbow glide, since I'm running a cassette, right? When I go into it, see how it moves the crank right there? And then when I go around like this, it goes into it. Now how I've also been trying to learn it too is how I kind of got into it is I just kind of go like this. in the elbow glide position, I'd have this foot right here, and then all I do is just kind of just hop into it. No, I'm not good at that part. I don't have the rolling things on. I should probably put them on, but let's see if I can get into one. I've gotten into a couple, probably like 4 of them so far. I gotta get used to that. I gotta get used to the bar small thing. I'm getting closer though. But I feel like I haven't really like learned how to roll it yet, but I'm just like learning how to do this. Just kind of hold it and then just get out of it. So I just like put my hand under it by that seat. I don't know. I think that's the easiest way to learn a hitchhiker. Because I feel like the other way, I don't know, I just don't have enough room in the garage. Because the other way to learn it is this one. This is probably the most ideal way to learn it. Because someone said that this was the easiest way to learn it. When you do it like this, and then you bring it fakie up like that. Because the reason why this one's better to learn, because if you drop the bike down, you're going that way, right? Whereas if you're going forward, you get all tangled up in the bike. Yeah, I have a free coaster. I have Ryan's old free coaster. Here, check. Where is it at? It's somewhere in here. Yeah, it's right here. This right here is Ryan Russell's old free coaster. The S&M Fit Rider. The thing is I don't know, man. I don't know. I use pedal pressure a lot. Because I don't just do the flatland. I do like a lot of foof stuff and a lot of like a bublica, half cab of bublica stuff. And I just can't do it with the free coaster. Like maybe if I had the planetary hub, maybe it would work with the planetary hub. Because it kind of has that tension in there. But it is kind of crazy to think that Ryan did so many lines on this wheel right here. Dude, a lot of maneuvers have been done on this thing. But, I don't like free coasters. Because the other thing is, I'm running some weird gear ratio. The hybrid cassette? Maybe. Because the other thing is, I'm running a trials gear ratio too. I'm getting in that trials riding, homies. So... I feel like I'm never going to run a free... I'm going to be flat out honest. I don't think I'm ever going to run a free coaster because... I don't know. I'm running the trials gear ratio, so... And luckily, this wheel's actually been working out. Here, I'll do a little sample. I guess no, I'll show you later, but... You know, it's like the trials where they kind of like, you know, hop from one brick to the other. It'll like... Okay, huh. Weird. That one's expensive, bro. Holy moly. That is an expensive wheel right there. I did learn how to pump. I don't know if you've seen... I finally learned how to pump. Here, check it out, bro. The first trick I learned how to pump was the steamroller. This is like... I only know 2 tricks to how to pump. Look, I'll gain speed. I can go forever now, it's crazy. Remember I used to not even be able to do that? Have a good one, Priceless. Dude, have a good one, bro. Try your best, bro. Don't give up, dude. I believe in your Priceless. Everybody go follow Priceless. That guy's cool. That guy that just said that right there. Go give him a follow. So, I honestly think, I'm going to be really honest, I think it was these tires. Because right when I went to the 1.75, because I feel like it's just that speed, you know? Because when you're running the 1.75, you can pump less, right? Whereas like if you're running a fatter tire, you actually have to pump more because of all that traction. Well, that's what it feels like for me anyway. I might be wrong. But I feel like right when I went from a 2.1 to a 1.75 tire, dude, I just started pumping, bro. I was like, bro, it's like, it started like just working. Because then like my other trick I know how to pump is this one. This is my only other trick I know how to pump. It's just the peg wheelie. I can basically go infinity now. Oh, that one wasn't good. See, but I can go forever now. Whew. That's probably the longest one I've ever done. But it's crazy because now I see what those like flat riders are doing, right? They basically just unlock an infinity combo because when you learn how to pump, you basically unlock the infinity combo. Because you can just keep going, right? So the other one I've been trying to learn, what time is it? It's 7, oh shit, it's shoot, it's 7:50, I can't do it. But there is this one trick I've been, just because my neighbors, but I've been trying to learn. I'll give it like one go. I feel like you should learn this trick, empathy. So it's the, let me actually do it this way. I need to move my crank like that. You know, it's the bike flip. Because I know Renz does it, right? So he does a double-footed peg wheelie, and you do a bike flip, right? And it seems really simple. I could do it like on the flat like this, right? That's the trick I'm going to learn. But yeah, if you want to learn that one, because I've been trying to learn it too. You have the bar small. Most of the people I see doing it, they do a bar small. They have their cranks like that, and then they basically just they get really good at pumping the double foot. So they get really good at doing this. It actually seems hard. It seems easy, but it's actually really hard. The double-footed pump peg wheelie. And then from that one, they do the bike flip. See, that's when they do the bike flip. I think they carve it a little bit harder though. And then you just basically carve like that, and just boom. I want my next one. That one's a hard one though. They make it look really easy, but it's freaking hard, bro. Like, I like almost jammed my fingers a couple times just trying to learn it. Because I've seen some people, they wear like these really thick gloves, and they just learn the bike flip with the big old gloves. And then once you master it like that, then you take the gloves off. Holy moly, I've been riding for so long. I'm going to be tired tomorrow. I think this concludes the bike ride segment of the stream. Now I'm going to start drawing because I don't want to use up all my energy because I'm going to ride tomorrow. So yeah, the bike flip. I feel like honestly, it's kind of crazy. I feel like this is the only trick I feel like I would maybe become brakeless, is the one out of it. Because it's not this one that I don't have. I can still do this one with brakes, right? This one right here. Right? But it's that next one. It's the next bike flip over, which it's really good to be brakeless, because then because then you might hit the brakes and it might like mess you up. I feel like that trick right there is the one trick that I would potentially take my brakes off for. All right, that's looking good. Thanks, man. I just landed like 5 pounds, crazy. And then now I'm tired, so. Yep. I wonder if I admit, I don't think I've changed much on my bike, honestly. Yeah, I don't think I've really changed anything since you last saw it. I mean, I guess I did put these I put these bigger hub guards on to kind of save my fingers a bit. These are the G Sports, but honestly, I wish they would make some different hub guards, because these ones are kind of a pain if you break your spoke, because you have to take this little wire out of the entire thing. I wish they would make like a bigger one like that, but like, because I have another, where is it? I don't have it with me, but most of the front wheel hub guards are kind of like smaller, but this one has kind of saved my fingers a little bit. So that's kind of new. Oh yeah, I also made a new mod. I don't know if you've seen it, but man, dude, you should dude. I don't know if you're running plastic pegs, bro. I feel like this has messed me up my entire riding thing. So see these plastic pegs? This is the Odyssey peg. Well, the thing is these plastic pegs, bro. These things freaking slide, bro. They move on you, right? Dude, nobody's even told me that I should glue them. Because like I've been trying to learn all these tricks, and this, I'm trying to learn this balance point, and this thing's like moving on me, and I'm like, I haven't even realized it. So like what I started doing, I took the metal sleeve out, and I hacksawed like these cross sections of it, and then I basically used the super glue, this stuff right here, and I super glued these pegs together, and so now they don't even spin, and they're way more solid. I feel like someone should have told me that right in the beginning. Nobody told me that. I feel like I honestly wasted so much time. I wish someone would have just told me that. I can't rub plastic pegs. The ends will cut up my fingers. Really, I haven't cut my fingers up on it. I think you might be doing different tricks though. So, what else? I feel like that's about it. Yeah. Yep. That's about it, man. I do kind of want to get some smaller bars, maybe. But yeah, I went from the 0 to the 15. I honestly do. I don't think I'm going to go back to the 0. 0 is just too finicky, man. Because when I start riding street style, I can really tell. Now in here, I can ride 0. Because like here, like it's pretty flat, right? I mean, there is kind of like a subtle down curve on it, the down slope. But once I start riding street and stuff, bro, the 0 I can really feel the 0. I like 0, but I don't know, man. It's just too finicky. It's just too I think maybe 0 and then a small stem. Because I was trying the Alex Jumlin one. You know, Alex Jumlin does the 0 offset with the long stem. Which I think that's why he's able to do those gnarly like boomerang lines, because he has so much like leverage up here, right? Where his back wheel's down there. That's how he's doing those 900 G turns. So if you guys are out there, you guys want to do 900 G turns, that is the setup, I think. It's 0 offset and then long stem. And I do have this other flatland stem I was kind of maybe wanting to try, but dude, these things look too weird. I have this little flatland stem, and I like put it on. But dude, it makes my bike look so funky, dude. I don't know how people run the little stems. I can't do the little stems, man. I just maybe eventually I'll put one on, but
Okay, everybody, we're gonna go draw a picture. So, man, I wrote a lot today. We wrote a ton. It was really fun. We wrote a ton, and it was really fun. And hopefully, some more people get into Flatline because it probably just looked crazy. Dude, it's so funny, bro. There's only 2 other flat riders in my entire. How many flat riders are in your state? Are there a bunch, or is it just Terry Adams and Mickey G? Because, like, I don't know, man, it's weird. I'm actually wondering if this is why not many people want to get into Flatland, because there just ain't a scene, bro. Because the reason why I got into Flatland was because I lived in Long Beach. I feel like if I didn't live in Long Beach, I never would have gotten into Flatland. Because, like, I have never really met flat riders, so, like, it's weird. There's not, like, a scene up in here. Scott and me. Yeah, huh. Yeah, that's why I like California, bro. California's amazing, dude. There's just so many flat riders. Like, you got the Huntington Beach spot, you got the Marina Pacifica, you got the Circle thing, all in the matter of, like, 30 miles from each other. You got, like, all these crazy flat riders and just all right there, right? Oh, well. We're gonna go inside and we're gonna draw a picture. A couple more in Mississippi. Mm-hmm. You know, that's the weird thing is I feel like everybody would get into Flatland. Actually, I think Ryan was bringing it up. He was saying something along the lines of like the bike setups, you know, because I feel like the bike setups really like kind of scare people into not wanting to learn Flatland because they're like, oh, I gotta buy like a whole new bike. You know, that's actually why I've been trying to kind of get my setup, like, because I have some of those weird. That's actually one of the reasons why I don't want to run this stem right here. Because, like, I feel like once I start getting into this weird kind of Flatland-looking stuff, it kind of definitely, like, gets more people to be like, oh, I'm not going to learn that stuff because I have to buy a new bike or something like that. Because, honestly, the only Flatland... I guess I have the Flatland Intricate, S&M Intricate bars, and then I have the Heresy Forks. Those are the only Flatland bar... those are the only Flatland... parts I actually have are just those 2 things. And both of those things are kind of just hybrid items. Okay, we're going to go outside, everybody. I'm tired. We're tired. We're going to go draw. So this concludes the bike riding segment. Let's read. Oh wait, I was going to show you one more thing. Actually, no, I guess I'll show you next time. I'm tired. There is the one there. So here, I'll just show you right now. Actually, dude, what you should do if you want to learn the hitchhikers. Now, I've actually just came up with this schematic, right? I haven't seen anybody actually do it on the internet. Now, I don't know if this actually helps you learn the hitchhiker, but I think it would ultimately. But what I did is I took this rope, right, and what I did is I marked it right here. See this white tape right there? I marked it right there, so when I adjust it to that point right there, it's actually should be somewhat roughly close to when I bring my bike over here. See this? So I put that right there, and then I measured it out. See, and I look at that. I measured this rope out to where it's the same of my hitchhiker, right? And I measured this out, and yeah. So then, hopefully, or I guess I'll give it a go, but it's kind of loud sometimes. I guess it's not that loud. So then when I practice my hitchhikers with this thing, it's kind of roughly in the same thing.
And what I do is I just hold it right here in my hand, and then I hold the bars like that. I actually haven't tried this in a while, but I think it might help you out to learn the balance point. And then we do the hang 5, and then we go like this. Right? And I feel like that would help him on it. Actually, I don't know if it would help, but I think it would help. In theory, I think it helps, but it's kind of hard though, but I'm not used to it. Let me see if I can get one good one. I haven't actually landed one, but I think it would actually help if you actually just learn it. So if you guys are out there and you want to learn hitchhikers, that might help you out. So if you actually like that, we'll give it a go. Now what am I doing? We're going to pack everything up. What am I doing here? Yeah. And I feel like that's about it. Did you make one of those like hang five wood things? I feel like that really helps too, because I saw, you know, like that hang 5 wood thing. You know who I saw using one? I saw Moya Flat using one. He actually wasn't using one. He was actually laying his head on top of one, and I was like, that's weird. That dude actually has one. So if you guys know Moya Flat, it's interesting if anybody's even in here. Moya Flat actually does stream on Twitch, but he doesn't speak that much English, so it's kind of hard to talk to him. But you can watch him, I guess. Let me put his name in here. Moya Flat. I don't know if he streamed a bit, but he was streaming a good amount, a little bit, but I don't know if it's live in a bit. Alright, I'm going to put this break sign up because where is it? Here it is. Boom. I'm still here. I'm just going to go inside. I'm going to draw a picture. Holy moly, it's actually dark out. Man, I wrote a lot today. That was brutal. That was gnarly, dude. That was gnarcore, dude. Oh, man. Okay. We're working on this thing, but okay, I'm gonna take a little break and get cleaned up, and I will be back. And then we will draw a picture or something. We'll put this one up on here. Actually, let's put a BMX one up on here. Let's see here. There's a cool BMX one. We'll put this one up on here. Actually, that's not a... that's okay. Let's do that one. Welcome to BMX Bible Adventures, everybody. The paper RPG game where all you need is a colored pencil and a mechanical pencil. And you can play BMX Bible Adventures. Oh, that's
funny. That's funny like a little bunny. Is that straight? Looks straight. There you go, buddy. I'll be right back. And we will draw. I'll connect everything together. Nar, dude. Look at that little monkey. Maybe I should just ink something out today. I did get some pens. Maybe I should ink something out. Is that sure? I guess that might be maybe a little more relaxing. Now that I think about it, if I just start inking something out. Alright, let me move all this stuff over. What in the holy moly. Dude, these streams are so weird. It's so weird I'm just streaming all this right now. Oh man. What in the world? There's still people watching this thing? Who are you? Who are you? Dude, these streams are so gnarly, bro. I don't even know, man. It's at the point when you just start streaming so much, I almost just forget I am streaming. I'm just like... that's where it gets to, I feel like. It just like, you just start streaming so much, you just forget you're streaming. It's just, yeah... What am I doing here? Oh yeah, we can watch a BMX video. Let's promote the BMX industry, everybody. Go to your local bike store today and pick up... Actually, maybe I should stop saying that. Maybe because that's the thing. Is like, if they're... Should I be saying? Go to... I guess local bike store probably does. I don't know what I should say. Just go get a BMX bike, everybody. They're really fun. Okay.
Okay, let's see here. We're gonna watch a BMX video, everybody. Or we're trying to watch more obscure videos because I feel like I don't want to watch these really big company videos because I don't know the hearsay about copyright and stuff like that. So maybe older videos. I think older videos are okay because I do see people uploading them to YouTube that are not a part of the company. So obviously, I don't know if they just left them up there. They never got copyrighted striked or something. But honestly, I just feel like just promoting the BMX industry at all is cool. But I feel like some of like the big companies, maybe like Vans or what other ones? These bigger companies. So we're gonna try and just watch more obscure videos. But they're still really gnarly. They're still cool. And if you guys have any BMX video you guys want to watch, you can just put them in the link and maybe we can watch them. Maybe, potentially. If there isn't anything bad in it. Lately I've been watching... I guess I already put this on. I generally just I put this on so much because it's just such a good one. Let's watch this one. I'm going to put it up in here. We're going to push this over here. And we can watch one of my favorite writers, Dave Smith. Or that's not. Where is it? There we go. There we go, everybody. Look at that. We can promote the BMX industry like that. I feel like if you guys are out there and you guys ride BMX bikes, even if you're playing a video game or something, you could probably just put on a video right there and just be like, hey man, you gotta get a bike. Really fun. But this guy's really cool. This guy actually did. If you guys can't tell, I try and do a lot of this guy's tricks. See, that guy just did a switch foot circle K, and I just barely started learning that trick. And look, he just did a switch foot gyrator. So if you guys can't tell my inspirations, you basically just watch this dude. You can see a lot of the tricks that I've started learning. Let's see here. What is this? I don't know about that video. Let's see here. Let's watch this one. This is Graveyard. This is an old, I think it's an old, intricate video? What is this? This is L's Bells. I've actually never seen this video. I always put it on stream, but I never have actually watched it to the full. Have you seen this one? I don't know if you're even still in here, but I've never seen this one to the full. I know Dave Smith is in this one though too, so. It's actually crazy. There's actually this other dude that got me into Flatland. His name's Gabe Weed. He's in this video too. Gabe Weed. Shoutouts to Gabe Weed. Imagine having that last name. That is funny, man. What in the holy Toledo? What in the monkey? Oh yeah. Chug laugh. I hope you've been well, brother. Thanks, dude. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the kind words, man. I wish I could offer some sort of better edification to people, because I feel like I don't know how to motivate people with my words at the moment. I mean, I'm trying to practice learning how to motivate people with their words, because that's what's interesting. Is words are really, really interesting, right? That's high school. What in the world? What in the... Did you see my link on my Instagram? Is that how you found this? I have been kind of promoting the stream a little bit longer. Or a little bit more. That's funny. That's pretty funny, man. Oh, on Facebook. That's hilarious, dude. Yeah, I've just been streaming on this thing, dude. It's weird. It's so strange. doing these streams. It's also weird because, so I actually used to stream WoW. If you guys didn't know, this actually used to be a WoW World of Warcraft stream. The thing is my computer's really, really like kind of like a potato. So I feel like nobody watches those streams because like I just don't have the computer capacity to play. I mean, I could play it when I'm not streaming like on high quality, but when I'm streaming, I can't stream it normally. Oh, you've been getting into MG? Cool, man. Rad, dude. We're gonna draw something today. I really don't know what I'm gonna draw, honestly. Might just draw like a chick with a bike or something. I mean, that's ultimately kind of fun to do, right? Yeah, MTG is cool. It's actually kind of funny. There's actually this one dude. If you're actually, it's kind of funny that you just said that. There's actually this one dude. His name's Empathy for Insects. If you're into playing the I don't know what game it is. It's the online MTG. He's really good at it. Because here's the thing is I just do the card draws. I really don't play that game. I used to play MTG like Commander, but the thing is people are just like, they have so much money, bro, and they buy all these cards. I can't keep up. So I basically just play artwork MTG. Because I can't keep up with just buying all these cards and trying to keep up with the meta. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I'm getting everything prepared. Okay, so we're going to use this tape right there. Put this up on here. Oh yeah, I'm going to put some music on too. Man, I think I bruised palm. Yeah. Who are you? What's your name, bro? I don't even know your name, dude. Are you Greg? I'm trying to think who would have seen this. It's kind of funny because I forgot that Christian. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. I'm sorry, dude. I've had a lot of... I don't even know. Christian, huh? Interesting. Well... I'm glad I met you, dude. Here, wait, I need to get all this stuff prepared, and we're gonna draw a picture, everybody, okay? But, you know, the cool thing about MTG... Here's the other cool thing about MTG, is it has a longevity, right? Bro, it was funny. What I've actually noticed about MTG is most of the people that get into MTG, they keep playing it. Because the format, like, you know, there's like that format Commander. Well, if you play the format of Commander, you can use your old cards. So it's not just like this thing where you have to use all the cards that in the set, right? And so I feel like that is a big one. I feel like once Commander came out, a lot of people like got back into it. All good, man. I was good friends with Colin. I remember Colin. Colin Lockemer? Actually, I don't know if I should be saying his name right now. My bad, bro. My bad, bro. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, wait. I remember you, bro. Yeah, if you knew Willie Lefferts. Rest in peace, man. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember you, dude. Now I remember you. Yeah, man, that's brutal, bro. Gnarly. Man, that sucks that Willie died, bro. Dude, I've had probably like 7 other friends now that have OD'd and stuff. It's actually crazy, man. It's actually really gnarly, actually. Yeah, dude, dude. And it's crazy because that wasn't even like the fentanyl stuff, right? Yeah, that's gnarly, bro. It's actually brutal because every one of my friends that OD'd on fentanyl, you know what they were trying to do? They were trying to do coke. So I feel like you guys need to stay
If anybody listens to this, you need to stay away from that stuff because it's ridiculous because I don't know why they put it in that stuff because it doesn't even make sense, right? Yeah, so if you guys, that's brutal, man. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that even happened. Yeah, it's super gnarly, man. Darn. Anyway. Bruto. Oh yeah, let me take off this break sign. Yeah, in our... Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, I know, dude, that's so brutal, huh? It was like the pills, bro. Don't be doing pills, everybody. It's actually, you know, it's sad because I heard something, it was like the pharmaceutical industry, because I think a lot of the people that I knew, they got prescribed that stuff from their doctors. Like, it was like just normal, right? And so, like, if you get prescribed that with your doctors, it's just like, all right, well, I'm just going to keep doing these things. And then you get addicted to them. And then, yeah, that's brutal, man. Holy moly. That's actually insanity to think about. Like, that makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, that was gnarly. I'm gonna, sorry, I'm getting all my items prepared. And then we're gonna drop a picture. Oh wait, today's Bible study I did uncertainty today. I wonder what I should do for that. No, I know. It's all good, bro. It's actually good that you brought it up because, yeah, man, it is pretty important. You know, because I've had a lot of... I actually probably had more than 7 friends. I probably had like 10 of them. Yeah, it actually sucks. Actually, there was a BMX rider that I knew that actually recently died because of that. Man, out in Long Beach. It's crazy, man. Oh my goodness. But I hope you're doing good, Christian. I actually think I did see you on Facebook a bit. Didn't you get in the military or something like that? Or was that somebody else? We drew a knight last time. I'm wondering like what I should draw today. Huh. Maybe like a flower chick or something. Well, I think I saw you on Facebook. Weren't you in the military or something? Or was that somebody else? I don't know what to draw, everybody. Should we just draw a knight? Should we draw... Okay, yeah. So that was you. Dude, that's rad. Trying to think what I should draw. That's good to hear, man. Let's see here. I am going to draw something. I don't know what to draw, everybody. I guess we'll just draw a chick with a bike or something. I think I bruised my palm earlier. Let me put on some different music. Let's see here. What should we... We're gonna listen to some Oblivion music. I do have the face cam, but I don't know if I put it on. Lately I've been kind of just, I'm like so tired today. I'm just gonna just draw something. Alrighty, everybody. We're gonna draw a picture. Probably just draw like a chick with a bike or something. Maybe. But we did do a Bible study on uncertainty today, so. So welcome, everybody. Let me push this up just a tad. Anybody watching this? I don't even know if anybody is. We're going to be drawing a character today, okay? So we're going to begin this drawing. Maybe I should put on the face cam thing, but I just rode so much today. Nah, I ain't putting on the face cam. I'm tired today. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with the line of action, which is the spine of the figure. And we're going to just roughly place this figure on this plane that we have up in here. So let's begin. This is our line of action. What we're doing right now is we're basically just going to find our proportion and fit it on this piece of paper right here. So let's see if we can find our proportions. Let's start like that. We're going to build this up. Let's see if it fits in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oop, that one's actually off a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. And actually, what I'm going to do is I actually have to change it to artwork. I forgot. I'm not playing BMX Streets anymore. We're playing artwork, everybody. I wish there was a button where I could press it, where I could just get all of these settings correct. But there isn't that, so. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going to find our proportion for this character, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. It should fit on this piece of paper. I guess I'm just going to kind of go over some of the stuff that we've learned. Let me zoom this in a little bit. And so within this proportional grid, the one that I learned was from Bridgman. Bridgman studied a bit of Michelangelo. A lot of artists have studied Bridgman. A lot of comic book artists, a lot of animators have studied Bridgman. And it's kind of interesting because there is kind of like a 3-school system that I've been noticing in terms of like figure drawing. It's generally people go into the Bridgman method, that's the one I learned, or they go into the Andrew Loomis method, which Andrew Loomis is similar to Bridgman, but it's different, or they go into the Glenn Villepeu. Now, many of the people that get into figure drawing, they actually do a mixture of all of it. And I also just want to relay anybody that's going to be getting into figure drawing or drawing a figure, there's many ways to come to the same conclusion, right? It's not just like this is the one all, this is just how you have to do everything, right? This is just how I've learned it. There's some people that don't even do it this way. Some people do it completely different. This is just the way that I was taught, right? And it's basically the way that I was taught was just the Bridgman method. So from this part, what we're going to do is we're going to work on what we're going to do is we're going to put the plane of the figure to see where's this figure. Is it going to be flat out like this, completely straight towards us? Is it going to be 90 degrees? Is it going to be 3/4? Generally, most characters, if you get into character design, a lot of people do it in the 3/4, because if you were to give that character to like an animator or something, or like a 3D modeler or something like that, generally a 3/4 can get a lot of the information. So what we're going to do is we're going to half that. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. It should fit on the page. I don't know if you're still watching this, Christian. I know this stuff's kind of cheesy, but I try to, it's weird because I've just covered this stuff so many times, but I like to just kind of relay it just in case somebody's watching it and they want to get into drawing, something like that. So from here, what we're going to do is we are going to do our 3 immovable masses. The 3 immovable masses is the head, the torso, and the pelvis. So from here, we're going to go 1,
And we're also going to think about these as blocks. So this is the torso. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we go into this 4, this should be at the end of the pelvis. And we're going to think about the pelvis as a giant mass. If you get into some figure drawing stuff, they try and treat it as we're actually sculpting. So it's not really even like we're almost sculpting with shapes, and we're putting these simple shapes in and out of one another. You know, like those old like how to draw books are like, this is how you draw a circle, you draw everything else in. It's actually it's very similar. It's the similar concept. The big one that they generally don't teach you is this proportional grid thing right here. So then we're going to split this out, and this should be the torso. Now there is somewhat of some controversy at the moment because of certain aspects of what some figure drawing things teach and stuff like this, but yeah. And by the way, we are using this pencil at the moment. Wait, why is it so bright? Let me put it to auto. Is it not on auto? Does it seem oddly bright, or is it not bright? Oh well. Hopefully you guys can see it. It looks bright to me, but you guys can see it. But now, if you guys get into animating and stuff like this, the proportion stuff is very, very important. If you were to get into animating, they would hand you, it's actually they call it a model sheet. A model sheet is basically all the proportions for all the characters. Well, actually, there's many types of model sheets generally, but one of the model sheets you would get if you were an animator is they would hand you this big piece of paper. It would have every single character on it, and every single one of these characters would be proportioned differently, right? And basically what these animators do is that once you learn the proportional grid and you learn your perspective, let's see if we have some perspective stuff in here. I don't have my studies on me, but if you get into learning your perspective, generally what these animators are doing is that once you learn the proportional grid, you can throw the proportion grid into any perspective. A fisheye, any sort of lens. We could go 35 millimeter. We could go 50 millimeter. Perspective gets crazy. When you get into the deeper aspects of perspective, you can basically draw any single camera angle. And then if you know how to place this in the perspective, you can basically draw anything. Maybe not anything, but most things in the perspective in somewhat of a mathematical schematic kind of thing. But the perspective stuff is a headache if you guys get into it. And shout outs to you guys that do, because that stuff's freaking gnarly. So now what we're going to do is we kind of have this roughly laid out. I think we might go into our second layer. Now this is something that a lot of people don't like to use. A lot of people don't like these pencils because first off, they're really cheap pencils. This is just a Crayola pencil. I've literally used it so much I don't even say Crayola anymore, but this actually is one of those, literally the freaking elementary school colored pencils. This is literally, you could get all of this stuff. By the way, this is computer paper too, and this is masking tape right here. You can get all of this stuff at your local Walmart. Shout outs to Walmart, everybody. You can get all of this stuff at your local Walmart. One of the reasons I actually started getting into using some of these kind of obscure, just off the cuff kind of things was actually, there was an animator whose name was his name was LaShawn Thomas. He animated Boondocks. Now the thing is, he actually didn't use these pencils, but what he would say is that sometimes you're just drawing so much, you know? Like these animators, bro, they draw so much that, bro, you need just mass amounts of things. You need mass amounts of pencils, mass amounts of paper, and the most you can get it, the cheapest you get it, is probably the better, right? Whereas, like, if I were to draw on this on very, very expensive paper, well, I'm going to have to keep buying that, bro. When I could just buy computer paper, and it's literally like I can get like 1,000 sheets for $4 or something like that, right? So anyway, what we're going to do is the thing about this pencil is that this pencil can be very, very, very frustrating. If you guys actually watched the last illustration that I did with the knight, that like he was like kind of bowed down, that one was very, very frustrating. Now the reason why people don't like this pencil is because it's very, very hard to erase. It's almost permanent. Now you can erase it a little bit, but it is basically almost permanent. But that's actually the reason why I do like this pencil, because it gets me to finish things.
Because if you guys can't tell, sometimes I just feel very like if I don't commit to something, I just feel very like, oh, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try this, oh, I want to do this, I want to do this. This pencil kind of keeps me to this pencil keeps me from being ADHD, basically. It sounds ridiculous. It almost kind of feels like, by the way, you guys can do this digitally, and you basically just draw everything on one layer. That's kind of what the whole thing would be, in some sense. Or actually, it would be kind of more like a 2-layer thing. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into basically redrawing our line of action, our 3 immovable masses, and then we're going to try and build this figure up. And hopefully we can draw something. But basically that sounds ridiculous, but this 3 immovable mass thing is so important. This thing right here. I mean, if you can animate, if you get into animation and stuff like that, that is very, very, very important, because if you can learn how to move these blocks and circles and stuff like that in and out of one another, you can, even if we look at that right there. See that guy right there? If you can look at any person right now and see that 3 immovable mass thing, that is such a big topic. I see it right there. That's actually Dave Smith right there. In theory, if you learn that perspective with that fisheye, you could animate that and actually do some crazy stuff with that. It's just a lot of work, but okay, let's see here. But man, Dave Smith is gnarly. Okay, I need to stay focused. Okay, we need to stay focused. What is this? Let me put on some different music. Put on this one. Okay, I guess we'll just listen to this. Okay, so what are we doing here? I always get confused, or not confused, just like distracted, and I feel like I need to just zero in. This is actually why I like drawing traditionally, because it just keeps me just focused. All I can do is just think about this. Think about this drawing. Because I used to do a lot of digital work. And sometimes, like, when I love digital work, by the way. The thing is that sometimes there's so many tools, it's just overwhelming to me. Sometimes. But sometimes people use that to their advantage. And there's many different ways to get to an end conclusion, by the way. This is not the only way. Okay, so let's begin. What are we doing here? So we're gonna place our line of action. We're gonna place our torso. We're gonna place our pelvis in this grid. Which I kind of messed that up right there, but it's okay. We're going to split that in half right away. We're going to put in the add. We're going to split... we don't have to split that in half. Oh, I guess that is the half mark right there. And let's put the head in. Okay. So from here, what we're going to do... Basically, what Bridgman goes into is he goes into that we're supposed to build... Well, maybe not supposed to, but... if we can construct a figure, because we are constructing a figure, we're constructing a figure almost kind of like a building, right? And the building, if you see a building, it has to be balanced because of the weight, right? So we're thinking about that. Because if you think about the Leaning Tower of Pisa, what's it like? It's like that, right? Well, it's almost about to... I'm wondering if it's ever going to just topple over sometimes, right? So basically, because of that theory that he brings up, he basically says what we should be doing is we should be working on the legs first and see if this weight is going to be supported on the legs, right? And how we do that is we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. 5.5 generally on most people is actually at the end of the kneecap. So we're just going to roughly put a line in there. It actually should be maybe like right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start placing in kind of where roughly kind of maybe where the knees would be, maybe. And so then, let's go into dish. And from here, we got the knees, and then now we're gonna do the shin bone. Now the shin bone's always kind of curved. If we were actually to take an X-ray of a shin bone, it's actually curved. It's not just like the straight. It's not like just a straight bone like this. It's actually curved.
If you actually feel your own shin bone, which if you ride BMX, you probably get a lot of shinners, the bone is actually curved. It's not actually straight on. So what we're going to take that same concept and we're going to throw that into a curve. Throw that one into a curve. Knee. And then see how we're kind of trying to keep all of this in. We're trying to almost imagine this is like kind of like a, like there's a perspective. See, if there was a horizon line right here, we're trying to keep everything kind of like if there was a imaginary vanishing point off of this paper. Now I know this paper is right here, but if we could think that there is an imaginary vanishing point, kind of going like that, right? Now, if you were kind of crazy, oh my goodness, that just scared me.
Petco's got you and your best bud covered.
Now, if you are crazy, you can mathematically figure all this stuff out. There is actually a mathematical formula to figure all of this stuff out. It's actually insane. If you get really into perspective, it's crazy, actually. There is this crazy mathematical formula that you do, and you can like figure all of this stuff out. This is actually a big one, though. The proportion is very big one. Okie dokie. So we got this down, and basically now we've entered into RPG mode, right? I feel like these drawings are kind of like we're playing a video game, right? Like we are creating the skin of the whatever, right? And it's cool because we get to kind of promote things, right? You want to promote. Lately, I've been trying to give glory to the Lord, because ultimately, what's really weird I want to bring up is a lot of the concepts that we've gotten into about figure drawing, constructing this figure. What's actually really weird is if you look into the lore, deep into the lore, a lot of these concepts were actually developed by other believers. It sounds crazy, I know. It sounds ridiculous, right? So it's like crazy to think, wow, these people way back, maybe thousands of years ago, were thinking about all of this stuff, and they believed in God too. So it's like really weird, right? So I don't know, but I guess you could take that with a grain of salt, but I think it's kind of interesting to me, personally. It kind of keeps me motivated. I'm like, huh, that's cool. Okay, so from what we're going to do now is we're actually going to go back and use this pencil. Right here, this one. The reason why we're going to use this one is because this one is actually very easy to erase, right? Whereas, look at this. I can't even erase, well, I guess I could erase that a little bit, right? But it's basically just there now. Whereas that one, we can kind of erase that. Now, what we're gonna do, we're just gonna figure out what sort of armor, what kind of character would you want to, if you were in this RPG game, right? Or just anything like this, what kind of character would you want to be, right? So I feel like what we're gonna do is we're gonna maybe throw in an arm. The bicep. I don't know. What are we watching? Oh, this is still the same video. Interesting. Intriguing. Interesting. What I'm going to try and think about is we're going to try and think about like the armor of God thing. Maybe she's going to have a shield. Is there going to be a floating shield right there? Is there going to be a healer? Probably the armor of God thing. So, So, let's see here. I mean, she could have a buckler too. There are some verses that talk about a buckler and a shield. We could do something similar like that, actually. And also, so here's the other thing. So when we get into this point, actually I got this wrong a little bit. This is actually another thing. Now, it's kind of weird because Bridgman didn't really go into this concept. This is actually going into like an Andrew Loomis concept. Andrew Loomis goes into using arcs. He basically says, so see like this deltoid right here? basically if you arc this deltoid in the perspective, right, we would find the next deltoid right there, right? Similar with the deltoid, the tricep, the bicep. I know the forearm muscles, there's like 4 muscles in there. I don't know exactly the names of those muscles, but basically how I think about it is that there's this little bump, there's another bump right there, and then the end of the wrist. And see how if we were to arc this down like that, it would hopefully be right. Actually, I think I made that one a little bit bigger. But you get the idea, right? You don't have to be perfect, right? But that's roughly what we're trying to think about, is arcing things. Now, the arc is important because when we get into armor design, we can think about the arc as well, because we can kind of go, okay, well, there's that little thing, and then there's the vanishing point right there, and you can just arc it into that vanishing point. And that's when, the reason why that's important is because, say I did an armor piece right here, well, I'm going to have to do this, I guess depending on if you want, what's the word, symmetrical. If you want a symmetrical armor piece, you're going to want to be, okay, well, how do I get that symmetric on that side? Well, if you arc it over there and find the points like this, something like that. It probably make no sense whatsoever, but it seems like it would make sense. I mean, it seems kind of like common sense, but yeah. People write this thing I'm crazy. Yeah, right. I'm crazy, man. Oh well. Yeah, I'm crazy. We're just gonna send it for the Lord, though. We're supposed to be peculiar people, everybody. But what are these commercials? These commercials are brutal. I kind of want to do like a buckler. Should we do a buckler or a shield? Huh. I guess we could do a shield, honestly. I'm just roughing it in here. I don't know really what I'm going to do yet. We could even do a shield up front. I mean, we did kind of get into somewhat... I mean, that's what maybe we should do. See, and that's the thing, is we can totally change it. That's why I use this pencil right here. Like, what should we do up in here? Now, I mean, one that is very nice to do is if you just kind of just do a shield like this, right? She just has her hand like that, and then you just kind of just go in like that. Now, the reason why that one's good is because you actually have to draw less. You don't have to draw all this stuff in here. It's kind of nice. That's like a super long tower shield. Alright, should we do something like that? What should we do up in here? Now, what we are going to do is we're going to try and... I like to also kind of think, like, see how there's, like, we already went that far out. Well, we kind of can kind of look over here. Well, should we balance it out right there? Well, maybe we can kind of arc it out and put like a sword right there, which I always kind of do. Right. Like a leaf sword or something. Something like that. And, maybe we should make that a little smaller because we need to also put a Bible in here somehow. I don't know, I gotta think about this now. How am I gonna add all these things in here? This is the challenge. Okay, so we're gonna have to have, okay, so we're gonna have to put, I'll try and put this one, I guess we could do a small Bible right here. That. Something like that. Put a cross right there. And then I guess we could push that ultimately down. And actually, the other thing is I need to be careful because I laid out this proportion grid, which is going to be helpful later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just push this out like that, just so I
remember the proportion. Okay. Okie dokie. Now we can put a sword right up in there again, or at least attempt to again. Gonna have to make it a little bit smaller to get it to fit in here. I guess the hilt could be like right there. Looks like a pretty good one. Alrighty. I kind of want to like put like a lever or something on there. That might be kind of cool, huh? That might add like some sort of...
It is imperative that your eyes be opened. Look out!
These commercials are brutal. Okay, so what are we doing here? I kind of might... And here's the other cool thing. Once we get into like drawing bikes, which we haven't really went into yet, which we could add in here, right? So this is another element of why this proportion grid is so important. Let me see if I can just bring up a... I need to bring up some reference. Let's see here. How do I do it? I guess we can just look at this guy right here. that's a good one. That guy right there. See that guy? Look at the proportion of that dude, right? And think about that wheel compared to the proportion of the leg, right? Generally, if we kind of study how the proportion is for the bike, I mean, it's not always like that, but we can just kind of add in a bike right here. Generally, this is how I've been adding in the bike. I just kind of just think about the width of the shin bone, and then I basically just kind of like just go in here and we just kind of just build it from that. And yeah, I would just put it on the side because it's way easier to draw. If you start getting into drawing people riding the bikes, dude, it's hard. I'm going to be flat out on it. I have done it, but it takes a lot longer because you have to start. You basically, if you want to draw people riding the bikes and stuff, you basically have to figure out a lot more of the perspective because, you know, it's just way harder. So if you guys get into it, it's pretty, it's a kind of a headache to draw the bike up on there like that. And then roughly, I kind of just imagine, yeah, that's a cool trick right there. Try to stay focused. Okay, we gotta stay focused. Stay focused, everybody. I'm gonna draw this. Welcome to BMX Bible Adventures, everybody. We're gonna draw a bike and we're gonna draw a character. Hopefully, we're gonna try and glorify the Lord, and also we can somehow promote the BMX industry all in one. We're gonna probably put a Bible verse right there. And so now I kind of we have a lot sectioned off, right? I feel like it seems pretty even. Now many pieces aren't like this. That's the other thing. When you get into drawing some of this stuff, sometimes I don't think about all this stuff, right? Sometimes I'm just like, oh, well, that thing looks cool. I'm just going to draw something that looks cool, right? But right now, I'm trying to be a little bit more analytical. Okay, so I think we're going to go with this. I think this is the setup, everybody. Man, my palm hurts, dude. I freaking like bruised it. The freaking bar spin got me today. Where's my pencil? Oh, here it is. Okay, everybody. Let's draw this character. I'm gonna draw the shield. We're gonna send it. Now, here's the thing. When you send this pencil, you gotta be pretty on it that you're gonna commit to it, right? Because I have been so frustrated with this thing, but also it's gotten me to finish so many pieces, right? This is the double-edged sword of this pencil right here. It can be very frustrating, but it can also get you to finish things, so that's kind of why I like it, because I'm trying to learn how to draw faster. Okay, so we're going to just send it now. So we're just sending it. Boop, let's do it. We're going for it, everybody. This would be the shield of faith, by which we can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. Okay, everybody, we're good on that. Well, we sent that. I guess we're going to commit to it.
Is this BMX video over? Let's see here. Yep, it's over. Let me put on another BMX video. Which one have I not seen? Oh, I haven't seen this one. Oh wait, which one is this one? Let's watch this one. What is this? I have no idea what this is. I don't even think I've seen this one. Hopefully there's nothing bad in it. I apologize anybody if there's anything bad in this video. I don't think... Maybe I shouldn't watch videos that I haven't seen. But it is on YouTube, so it should be okay, right? Yeah, it should be okay, right? Yeah, right? Okay, dokie, everybody. So what we're gonna do now is... What am I doing here? Let me put some different music on. That's what we're gonna do. Let's look up. Let's see here. Let's look up some WoW music, I guess. WoW peaceful music. Actually, let's look at some goth music. Some copyright-free goth music. Here. Come on. Let's see here. Let's listen to some goth music, everybody. We're trying to have fun, everybody, okay? Whether we eat or drink, let us do it all for the glory of God. Tried to put it cross up in there. We're going to try and put a lot of crosses up in here, so... See, this is where we get into the full... So, by the way, this is a very, very important part, but also the next segment is also just as important. But it's also the importance of what sort of character are we... Is this person going to be an who is this person? Like, what kind of character is this person? Is she going to be full-on armored out? Is she going to be a goth? Is she going to be, I don't know, some crazy athlete? Who really knows, right? We're going to find out. And that's kind of like, it's kind of cool, like, trying to, just, it's like playing a video, and honestly, it's like playing a video game. This is my video game right here, basically. This time segment is basically my video game time segment. Which is why I honestly haven't gotten the Ethernet cable, because it kind of does force me to draw. Just kind of fun. I like drawing, so. Which I did get burnt out a bit, so. Okay, so let's go 2. Oops. I think we're going to put a tabard. Something like that. What kind of armor should this person be wearing? It's on. Leaf bag. Could be leaf armor. No, I'm gonna try and see. I've committed to this, so now this is actually a big thing of just like what kind of armor is this gonna relate to this? Because see how we have this point right here? We can take some of these shapes in here and kind of inject it into the armor, right? We have like kind of like this point thing. Runs
in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced.
Come on.
Maybe we'll do points up in here. I'll do a halo. You got to be careful with this tape too. Sometimes I have ripped some drawings because of it. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use this tape. We're going to split this in half. Push that one over there. There you go, got a halo. I think we will put a tabard. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I guess we will. Should we put cheesy little wings up on here? No, I don't know about that. I think we're pretty good though. I mean, in terms of what we're going for. Let me erase some of this. By the way, that's the other thing is you kind of have to be careful layering this pencil on top of this pencil, because if you layer this pencil if you put a line that is too heavy-handed on there and then you layer it on top of that one, it actually makes that layer hard to erase. So I'm going to erase just a little bit of it. Kind of looks like a gladius kind of sword. There's many different styles of swords. The gladius. It's actually kind of strange because the gladius was actually somewhat short. There is a reason why they had it. That's the other weird thing when you start studying things, because there's certain reasons that, you know, certain, I guess, militaries and stuff use certain things, but man, that shield's actually kind of brutal. Oh well, we're gonna go with it. I gotta just send it now. I should actually, I don't know. Oh well, we're going with it now, I guess. We ain't going back. We ain't going back, everybody. We're just gonna send it. I think we're good now. I think we're gonna start going into the kind of the details of things now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring out this pencil again, and we're gonna kind of just keep playing basically the RPG game, where we get to promote things. We promote God. We promote the bike industry. Kind of what I like to think about. I like to think about like giving God the glory ultimately. So I'm trying to, you know, adding crosses, adding the Bible verse, which quite frankly isn't very hard to do. I mean, how hard is it to draw a little cross on something, right? It really isn't that hard, right? Or to write a Bible verse. It really doesn't take that much energy. I always like to think, if I were to ask the Lord, how do you want me to steward all this stuff? Do you want me to just go full on, just putting crosses on everything, putting Bible verses on everything? We're just going to be full on fire for the Lord? Or should I just do it a little bit? because the thing about when I started doing it just a little bit is then people would be like, oh, well, I'm promoting the wrong stuff. And so then I'm just like, okay, well, we're just going to go full out then. It's like, where do people want me? It's like, do they want me to go full out for the Lord, or do they want me kind of just adding little things for the Lord or here and there, right? I don't know, right? I don't know. And that's basically where I'm at in my own little confusion of all this stuff. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep it moving, everybody. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna work on this. Okay, so this I actually picked up from another believer. A lot of the stuff actually I've learned this stuff from other believers, by the way. So if you guys are out there, I have learned a lot of these techniques I've learned from other believers. But now we're gonna get into another technique I've learned from a believer. His name was actually Brad Rigney. I think he still works for MTG. But basically what he said on one of his interviews, you can probably find it on, I actually think it was a Dave Raposa Crimson Daggers interview. It might have been that one. It might have been from one of his concept art videos. He basically said he goes into the hardest things first, which generally is like the portrait and the hands, you know? And then he'll get those things done, and then everything else is kind of like easy mode. I think now he didn't say this. Some other artists have said that. Some other people have said that roughly like in the human mind or something, when you inherently see a person's face or just their hands or something, it's just kind of like it distinguishes if it's an alien, if it's a human, if it's, you know, that's why, you know, it's kind of weird. There is some weird like thing that some artists have brought up, like psychological things or something. I really don't know what you call that stuff, but something about how people just think or something like that. Okay, let's see here. How are we going to do this? Let me push this out a little bit so I can get a little bit closer and do this. That's the other thing, is it's hard because this camera's right in front of me. I feel like I gotta like try and get really close to it. Oh. It's kind of pissed. I need to read to that. Actually, I got a new item. Where is that? We got a new item. We got an exact eraser thing. Oh, that works so nice. I'm so glad. I've never used one of these things before. I don't know about this. I don't know how to redo it. Sometimes you got to redo these things to kind of get the right character up in here. For all this armor. It's in here though, somewhere. This kind of it. There's the RPG element.
Bro, this character's hard. This is definitely the hard part. A lot of, especially when you're drawing at this scale, a lot of these little lines like can make so many things. Like the expression can be different, all sorts of stuff.
Wix is your platform to perform on. A complete portfolio solution means you can tell your unique story with confidence. From choosing a name and design that fits your vision, to bringing your projects to life.
This character's hard. This is where it gets hard, everybody. Sometimes you just gotta keep trying and just not giving up. I should have actually stayed with that first one that we were going for. That's the thing, is like every one of these little lines just changes so much about the character. Okay, I think, man, this seems hard. This is challenging, everybody. I think we found it. I think we found it. How long is this? Okay, we're still making good time. Oh man, that's brutal. I'm digging all these songs. These songs are pretty cool, huh? What kind of hair should this person have?
across. What is this? Is it BMX? Oh, I think it is. Okay, 1, 2 should have. I was like, is this even a BMX video? I don't even think I've seen this one. I actually didn't even do what I was talking about. See, it's so easy to be like, oh, I want to do the armor. We're trying to do the hardest parts first. Is it looking alright, everybody? I don't know if it is or not. Think about the flowers of the field, everybody. Do these commercials on Bronzo. Come on. I feel like I honestly think a lot of these commercials mess me up because I'm like drawing. I'm like super focused. It's like. Okay, so see how we took this right here? Let's see if we can somehow put that in there. How would we do that? I don't know how to do that. We'll just put like scale mail or like chain mail armor. Sorry, I can't listen anymore. I don't know about this character, man. I don't know. We're just gonna keep going with it. We're too far in, and this is the thing about the green pencil, right? Because there's just so much. Where I'm just like, no. I don't know if I should just restart it, but we're just gonna. We don't have time. We just gotta finish it, man. We just gotta like send it and just go for it. And this is kind of where the green pencil is very frustrating, but also it does help me to get stuff done. So. Rumors? We already watched this one. Oh, what am I doing? What are we doing here, everybody? I think I need to redo the portrait or no? I remember what I used to do. I actually used to just go straight into ink right now, and then I would just ink it all out. Maybe that's what I should try. Should we try that out for this piece? Because I did get these pens. Where is it at? Darn, I don't know if I should try doing it that way.
So how I used to ink them out, I actually used to use a different pen. Where is it at? But I've been kind of wanting to, I have been seeing a bunch of artists using these microns. I've been wondering if I should just start going and trying to use the microns too. But I don't know. Danny Hinkerson, dude, this guy shreds, man. Shreds to Danny Hinkerson. Dude, should I start inking it out? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I should ink it or not. Because I feel like this is when I start getting frustrated. I think we're just going to keep with pencil still. Because otherwise I'm just going to start going crazy if I mess up. Fudge. Let's see, we just gotta finish it.
This is the life of this pencil, by the way. You just gotta start finishing things. Even if you don't like it, you just gotta go with it. So we're just gonna keep sending it, everybody. We're this far in, we might as well just finish it out, right? Oh, man. Okay, what am I doing here? What are we doing here? Oops. Put the peace sign right there. It's supposed to be for peace, everybody. Fudge. Try not to get frustrated. We just gotta go for it. We just gotta go for it, everybody.
Sea que estés a punto de ver, será mejor después de un break con frosting y relleno. Crazy good.
How much time do we have?
That's Literobot. It gives me cat's food. A robot? Yeah, Literobot. So I'm on to...
One sitting deadline, everybody. One sitting deadline. That's the other thing. You start working for some of these companies, they pay you by the hour. So it's like, you know. Depending, I guess, if you're in-house or somewhere else. Darn, I just totally just committed to that. Fudge. I made it a little bit too close. Oh, we'll just go for it then. There ain't go, no going by now. I just gotta go for it now. Oh, well. Oops. Oopsies. It ain't that hard to draw a little Bible, is it? I don't really think it's that hard. It's very hard to put in a video game, I guess, right? That's what trips me out, everybody. I don't even know if I'm stewarding all this stuff right. I need to redo that. That's a little sketchy. A little sketchy right in there. I just check a handle around from a demon. How should we do this one? Let's do a circle or something.
When the planets align, it's the right time. Get pre-approved for a new or used car with no payments for 90 days now. With eBay Authenticity Guarantee, it's checked by experts. Every stage.
Come on. Let's go. Should I do the like the leaf sword? Or should we just do a floating sword? I think we're just gonna do a floating. I did the leaf sword or the vine sword the other day, right? Let's do like a normal. This chick kind of seems very. She doesn't even have a leaf bag, so we'll just do like a normal sword, I guess. I'm gonna put a heart on it. We're supposed to love our enemies, everybody. I know it's kind of weird, but just so people don't say anything to me. Put them in violence or something. That's what I started doing it. Boom. Bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. Everybody cross up on this trick's. We're playing BMX Bible Adventures, everybody. This character's kind of... He knew about his character, man. But we're trying, I guess. I need some like RPG music now. I need to. Let's see here. Is this on copyright? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is actually. But it's just a game, so it shouldn't be on copyright, right? Let's see here. Is this on copyright? I think it is. Darn.
Is it? Let's see. Let's see if this game's on copyright. If it silences my stream, then I'm gonna. I don't think it should be on copyright. Let's just listen to it, I guess. Kind of add like some names or something on this check, but. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do. We do the wings or no wings? I mean, we did draw Isaiah. I mean, we did write Isaiah 40:31. Was it? It was Isaiah 40:31, right? Okay, let's draw a bike, everybody. Do do do. Sabaga do baga 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 baga. Yapadi yaruzai. Gnarly flatland bike. Let's promote the flatland, everybody. Even though nobody likes it. No worries, I like it. I like flatland. I think it's cool, but I think a lot of people just think it's lame, but oh well. I think it's cool, everybody. I think it's hard, honestly. Yeah, I just think it's hard. I honestly think flatland's pretty hard to learn. Okay, so what we're going to do to draw the basic good, we're going to do 3 little circles. This one's, it's actually, if you look at a bike, if you look at that bike right there, it's actually not exactly, actually those bikes actually might be pretty close to 3, just because they have a long top tube and a long back end. But generally a lot of them, I'll kind of go a little bit closer. Let me split that in half. Actually, let me go into BMX now, since we're drawing a BMX bike. We're gonna draw a BMX bike, everybody! Yay! Okay, so what we do, this is how I draw a BMX bike. So I take the proportion of this leg, and then we're gonna split that in half. I'm gonna split this in half like that. Split that one in half. Then I generally start up here first. I'm going to draw the hub. I'm going to draw the forks. So this is probably going to be what, 15 millimeter offset. Like that.
character. This character's kind of weird. I don't know. We tried. We tried. I guess that's what matters. Not everything can be perfect, everybody. We tried. Oh, she looks like she has a really small stem. Oh, we gotta promote the flatland somehow, so we're gonna go full on flatlands weird setup today. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. What video are we watching? What's this? Oh, this is Chase Deer. I guess we'll just do a normal frame. This is a really short frame. Holy moly. This is like 18.5. What is wrong with this bike? This bike's weird. Huh. Oh well. It's so funny. We drew this character. We're just drawing a bike right there. It's like, what in the world, bro? This is just ridiculous, man. It's so funny because I used to just draw the characters. I'd be like, alright, everybody, we're done. But nope, we ain't done. We're drawing a bike, too. I think it's kind of fun. Like, we can promote God, we can promote the bike, and promote everything, hopefully. Whatever we do, let us do for the glory of the Lord. You. See, how do you make something flatland? It's like, that's the thing, it's like, it's almost like, I guess that is kind of cool that the flatland guys did get into all this wonky geometry, because if I were to draw all that wonky geometry, it would signify that that was a flatland bike. Basically. Kinda, I think. I guess today's just going to be kind of more of your just OG, original kind of, setup. Dude, there are some weird songs in this playlist. I'm going to change this music. I thought there was a lot of other different songs, but I guess not. Let's see, I want to listen to... let's see here. I guess we could listen to that. That's not on copyright. Actually, man, we're watching Dakota. Is this the Stay Fit part? Might be the Stay Fit part. Should I be watching this? I wonder if I get in trouble. I don't think I'd get in trouble. We're gonna promote him anyway, so. It's got a gyro, everybody. That's funny. Look at that black man. Oh, my. I think we are going to do the... I don't know, should we do the wings or no wings? I think the wings are kind of cool. I don't know. Wings or no wings? That is the question. What is the whole thing with that? Dude, I don't know if I can listen to this music right now. We're watching Dakota and we're listening to Zelda music. I don't think that goes with it. Let me change the music up in here. I'm sorry, Dakota. I need some gnarly music. Or gnarlier music. Dude, that was insane. I can't even imagine doing this, dude. Holy moly, that was crazy. I haven't seen that in a long time. Holy moly, that was gnarly, dude. What in the world? These guys are crazy. What are the stuffs in this one? What's other stuff is this one? Oh, Wes. What in the world? Got Wesley up in here. I'm gonna put him in the playlist. I like driving bikes, man. Like playing BMX streets, but on paper. It's funny. Paper BMX streets, BMX Bible Adventures, Paladin Edition. Dude, that is a good looking Tech 77 lever right there, homies. Is that Tech 77 lever? Tech 77, homies. Dude, I always liked Lino Gonzalez. I've always liked how he rode. Partially is because what's interesting about Lino Gonzalez, he used to run front brakes. Is he running front brakes right there? Lino Gonzalez has been a part of the Front Brake Brotherhood for a very, very, very long time. Even since his animal part. That's actually what stood out to me. I was like, what in the world, dude? This dude is rocking 2 straight cables. He's running front brakes, back brakes on a straight cable. Like, you never see that, bro. Is he running front brakes right there? I don't think he is. No, he's not running front brakes right there. I've always liked, yeah, Lino Ride's rad, dude. He's a... Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want to watch this video, man. Dang, dude. I actually used to watch this video a lot. Was he rocking a free coaster right there? Ruben Walred? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. These look like intricate bars. That's hilarious, dude. I did not mean to draw intricate bars, by the way, but I did. I think it's just because I always see them on my bike that it's just like... I just innately just drew them on the spot. Ayata. 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 Yapa. I like drawing breaks. It's so fun just drawing breaks. I like drawing bikes because it makes me feel like I'm like, what kind of geometry do I want? Because, dude, if I could, I wish I could just get all sorts of geometry. I want to be like, dude, I want to test out all the geometry, bro. I want to test out freaking 7-degree forks to 30-degree forks. Ooh, Simone Baracco. I was very influenced, especially when I've been very influenced by this writer right here. This is a newer video, I think. Wow, Wally to rail tap? What the heck I don't remember seeing that. Wally to rail tap. Wow, what an interesting... Huh. That really took me off guard right there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Here, check it out. You want to see how you draw sect forks? You bring this line down, and you just go like that. See that line right there? I don't know what about the sect forks, but it kind of looks really clean. Let me redo that. It looks kind of sketchy right there. I always remember, because I have some sect forks. I'm not running them right now, but they like go down like that. But I just have ran them so long, and then they have like this thing like this. That's how you can tell it's a sect fork if it has that. I mean, I guess there's probably some other forks that maybe do it, but like it has like that little thing right there. Oh, look, one of my favorite writers right here. This is all in my playlist, by the way. These are all writers that I like. Dude, that trick is so hard, bro. Oh my goodness, dude. It's so crazy, because like even after riding flatland for like 3.5 years, I still watch this video. I'm just like, bro, I cannot do any of these tricks in here. I can maybe do like a couple of these tricks, but not like the entire line. That's gnarly, man. Like, I can't even do that right there. Dude, he just did, I don't even know what he did right there. That was just some sort of rolling Carl Cruiser to somehow he went into a switchfoot Circle K into some sort of weird decade Circle K thing. That's what, a crackpacker to steamroller. I'm starting to kind of get what tricks they're doing, or he's doing now. Let's see what he's going to do up in here. Half flash. What is that one called? I forgot what that trick's called. To overtaker to switchfoot stickbee. Half flash. I forgot what that trick's called. Roperoni. To regular foot gyrator to caboot. No, to I forgot what that trick's called. Darn. Death truck. Rolling death truck. Or actually, I think that's an over truck, because he did it over the frame, I think. Into, I don't know what ride out that is. Fire hydrant, backwards Carl Cruiser, bar flip, full bar flip, to somehow he went into a switchfoot Circle K ride out. Rolling Carl Cruiser to knee McCircle to Carl Cruiser bar flip. Man. See, I'm starting to see some of the tricks that he's doing, but it's crazy because he does like these like I don't know how he's doing these crazy like switchfoot Circle K ride out things. He like does like this weird like decade bar spin into somehow he goes into a Circle K. This is hang 5, hang 10 seat grab to, is that a side half packer to crack packer to back into steamroller, hang 5. Oh my goodness, that is hang 5, hang 10 seat grab to half packer to half packer rebate to crack packer to steamroller or switch hand steamroller. Wow, back into a hang 5. Bro, that was like 10 tricks right there, man. What in the world is this dude on? I can only do one of those tricks out of all that. Actually, no, I could do 2. I could do this, the steamroller. Man, dude, that is gnarly. You know how long that takes? Dude, that probably takes 4 or 5 years just to learn that right there. Like, you need some straight devotion to learn that right there. You ain't just gonna learn that in a week, bro. That is like right there. You're seeing like probably 4 or 7 years right there just learning that combo. Yeah, maybe even longer than that. Maybe like, I think you'd probably learn in 4 years maybe. If that's all you practice, I feel like you could probably learn that in 3 or 4 years. That's gnarly. Oh, this is the same video, I think.
It's the same video.
Ah, the wheels are so hard to draw, bro.
Every time.
Shout out to anybody that draws wheels. You guys are insane, bro. They're hard. That's actually what kept me from drawing bikes, is the darn wheels. You know what I think I messed up? I think I pushed that too low. I think it's actually supposed to be up a little bit. Because what that's going to be, what, like 75 degree... This looks like it's like 18.5 actually. And look at this standover frame. Oh my goodness, that is ridiculous. Yeah, that's way too high. But I already like drew it in there, so... Oh, that's where I messed up. I'm supposed to push this down. Dude, the music. Oh, darn, I messed that up. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to like talk and draw sometimes when I'm doing this layer. I have to focus. Railed seats, brothers. That's a pretty good seat right there. That reminds me of like an old like... It kind of reminds me of a drop nose. It actually does kind of... It's kind of like one of those like drop nose that Trey uses. But it has like kind of like the back end of like a one of those Primo hemorrhoid seats. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I love drawing bikes. I'm just like, bro, if I... It all just feels like you could just be your own bike designer. Like, what kind of parts do you want to make? Oh, man. Now, I will say that one of the hardest parts for me drawing the bike is this back little... What's it called? I don't think it's the wishbone. It's the... What is this part called? Seat tube? It might be seat tube. Wishbone? I thought the wishbone was the bottom. I don't know what those tubes are called. But that's a hard part right there. Chain on it. Who are we watching here? Who is that? Dude, I've been wanting... Look at that trick right there. See that? That's going to be learned one day. That's a hitchhiker no-hander. Let's watch that again. That's a... I don't see too many people doing that trick. I want to learn it, though. Where is it? Right here. Is this it? Hey, where is it? Oh, here it is. Right here. Dude, that trick's cool. So what he's doing is he pushes his crank arm down, and he hooks his leg behind the pedal. Dude, that trick is amazing. Crazy, I've never seen anybody do that one in real life. That one really stood out to me. That seems like he's using that titanium stuff. Yeah, he's running that titanium. He's running a titanium fork bar combo, which is basically what? That's like... How much is that? That's... The forks are $400. The bars are $300. That's $700 right there, just for a fork and bar combo right there that he's using. That is insane. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get the tie stuff, but that stuff is really gnarly. Okay, what are we doing here? We drew the bicycle, we drew the character. Now we get to put the Bible verse in here, which I know it seems weird, but it does kind of give me... was kind of the format that I did. Armor of God, helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, boots of the gospel of peace, we put a peace sign, belt of truth, sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and shield of faith, by which we can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. So we're going to probably put an Ephesians 6 verse. Dude, Danny Hankerson was gnarly, bro. What's crazy about Danny Hankerson is this dude can ride like switch foot, regular foot, all sorts of foots. What up, Creative Fit? What up, dude? Yeah, still going today. Hey, I actually got some new goodies. I don't know if I'm ever gonna really... I kind of don't want to use them, but we did. Because you know how I use the normal pen? Where is that pen? Because normally I use these Walmart pens, right? These Walmart pens. But I've been seeing all these artists on Instagram, and these gnarly artists, they use these microns, right? I've never really liked using these microns because I feel like, I don't know, they're kind of pricey, you know? I mean, I guess they're not that pricey, but it's like, you know, I like using very cheap materials, right? Because of, you know, but also I got this thing right here, which this is probably the most, probably the usefulest thing that I got. It's like this little eraser, an exact eraser, which I feel like if you get into drawing, this is actually... I've never used one of these things. I saw it at Michael's and I was like, bro, I'm going to get one. It's this Mono Zero. I think it was like $10 or something like that, but really legit, dude. I actually used it up in here. You could exacto the tips if you want to customize it. Oh, interesting, huh? Yeah, I've been kind of wanting to maybe get back into inking, but dude, it's like I have to be very, very careful to get into inking. Because, dude, there have been some streams where I literally was inking it out, and it just like something happened, bro, and it just like bled. I sneezed or something, and and then just like, oh, dude, it's just brutal. See, because like I did do this one, and I mean I might go back into how I used to ink. So how I used to ink was like this, right? Like here's an example. See, I would do the underlayer like this, right? And then what I would do is I would use the lightbox layer and then lightbox on top of it, and then just go into it like that. The only reason I stopped inking this way is because people started thinking I just print them out. And that's actually what got me into doing this weird green layer right here. It sounds ridiculous, right? Because people started thinking I was inking these things out. I mean, I'm not inking, printing them out. I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? You think I printed that thing out, bro? I straight up drew every single one of those lines. And some people were like, dude, did you print that out? I'm like, no, dude, I straight up inked that thing out. And so that's when I started just drawing like this, because I was like, okay, now we have all of the layers showing. So that's actually one of the reasons why I started drawing like this. I feel like I have a few ink projects half done. Yeah, ink's brutal, man. Ink is very, very gnarly. Actually, I have one of these Frazetta pieces as an inspiration that I kind of have at the bottom right here. Now, I didn't draw this. This is a print of one. It's a Frank Frazetta ink. This artist, Frank Frazetta, he did this in '75. But it's a Lord of the Rings piece. But man, look at that thing, dude. It is incredible. It looks so gnarly, dude. Like, and so I keep that as inspiration right there. For sure. I'm gonna write a verse up in here though, so let's see. What verse are we gonna put in here? We're gonna put in Ephesians 6, probably Ephesians 6, 13 or something. Let's see here. Ephesians 6:13. Let's see what Bible verse we could put in here. See, that's the other thing, is I feel like, it sounds weird, but I feel like within like drawing like Christian stuff, it honestly keeps me on track. I honestly think I work faster doing the Christian stuff, because I go, okay, what am I going to draw today? I don't know what I'm going to draw today. Boom, I just start drawing, okay, the armor of God. Boom, what verse can I put in there? Boom, armor of God. Whereas like before, when I would just draw some random character, I was just like, is this a mage? Is this a rogue? Is this a... It's like, no, boom. Armor of God, bike, verse, you know, and I feel like it's like very like... It actually makes me work faster when I do stuff like this, because I'm just like, okay, at least I have a kind of like a end goal. Whereas like when I didn't draw the Christian stuff, I kind of would just be like all over the place. I'd be like, what am I even doing? I'm just going to make something look cool. I guess it looks cool. I guess we're just going to go with it. And I wouldn't even write anything in there because I didn't know what to write in there. I think we're going to do... We're going to do this one. I always do that one. Read this one. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. I'm going to do this one. Actually, I think we're going to do this one. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. It's kind of weird. What schemes is the devil even doing? That's kind of... I mean, I've underlined that, but now I think about it. That's actually a very strange question now I think about it. What are the schemes of the devil? I think it'll, I know one of the schemes of the devil. One of the schemes of the devil is to rip out the seed of faith. Yep. Because it's mentioned in the parable of the sower. The birds come by and pluck the seeds out of the ground. The devil does not want the word of God to grow in people's hearts. That is one of the major schemes of the devil. Dude, this writer's gnarly. Danny Hinkerson's really crazy. Man, there's this old Danny Hinkerson video. I can't find it, but he actually went to the state that I live in, and he just destroyed everything, bro. He just straight up just like came, he left, he just boom, he just basically was just like an asteroid in the state that I live in. Just boom, just all of this NBD stuff. Just like, it was like crazy, man. I'm like, what in the world, bro? Shout out to Danny Hinkerson. This dude's crazy. I wonder if he still rides. I don't know. He should still ride. This dude was crazy, man. Like, maybe he got hurt or something. Okay, let's write this verse in here. Oh, I kind of want to draw a raven, so... Oh, I forgot. I was going to try and draw a raven. Darn it. Huh. Fudge. I mean, I guess I could... Let's see. I guess that verse is kind of small. Maybe we'll just write it very, very small. And we'll try and draw a raven or something. I think it should fit right there. Okay, for some reason, I like to write on an angle for some reason. I just do, I don't know why, but... Is this not zooming in? Why is this not zooming in? Dude, this dude does bar spins like it's nothing, bro. He just did a switch curve wall ride, right? I've never learned how to do a switch curve wall ride. What in the world, bro? What in the world, bro? That dude just did that switch in regular. You know how hard that is to do? Man, dude. I feel like, dude, if this video were to come out today, like, people would still be tripping out, bro. He literally just, oh my goodness, I can't even believe he did that, right? I totally forgot he did that. He did a switch curve wall ride, regular whip, and then he did that to like a regular switch curve wall ride or something. That was gnarly, bro. Anyway. What videos after this? Let's see here. We just been on a straight just Danny Hinkerson just watch spree, I guess. This is a very, very old video, so we get to see how he got how did this guy get that good? Right? This is the lore of Danny Hinkerson right here. That. What's up, dude? Dude, look at this bike rider right here. This guy is really, really gnarly. You know what's really weird watching this? It's strange because Danny Hinkerson used to ride really little bars. I'm really wondering if those little bars really affected his bike riding because, like, look at that. Every single one of his edits, he's running these really, really small bars.
And I'm just wondering, did that affect some sort of thing about his writing, or how did he get so, like, I don't know.
Have you been doing okay, man? How you doing, bro? Hope you're doing better, bro. What am I doing? Put on the whole armor of God that may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. Ephesians 6:11. Just finished Taxes Part 1. Still have some accounting stuff to get through. My friend's mom was an accountant. They used to make bank, man. Put on the whole armor of God. Do you ever wonder if, like, wasn't Matthew in the gospel a tax collector? I guess that's different than being an accountant. I need accountants in my life. I guess a tax collector is way different than being an accountant, right? But okay, what am I writing? Put on the whole armor of God. Okay, put on the whole armor of God. Put on the whole armor of God, comma, that you may be able to stand against against. Did I spell that wrong? Nope. The schemes of the devil. The ski seems of the devil. I'm gonna underline that one. Where's that? I guess we'll just underline it like this. Hey, did you check out that James Brown guy? That artist? Does some really cool work. I follow him on Facebook and does some really, really cool artwork. It's cool because he's a believer too. Maybe I should learn some more stuff about him. Let me show you. He's a believer too. Oh, darn it, my phone's dead. I guess not.
if you look on his Facebook, let me put his name in here. I think his name's James Brown Art. I think that's how you spell his name, but it's cool because I didn't actually know he used watercolor. And he's been doing these really, really little paintings. It's probably small, it's probably like, he probably paints a picture like that much. And it's crazy because like I didn't know he worked at that scale. I was like, oh, that's strange. He paints really, 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 really small. But it's cool because he'll like put a Bible verse in some of his stuff and stuff like that. I kind of want to put another verse in here. I don't know. Should I do a raven? I don't think I'm going to do a raven. I think we're going to just put another verse in there. Try to put a Proverbs verse or something. Yeah, the Ant-Man. Yeah. He draws like fairies and stuff too. I'm trying to see what other... Oh, maybe this one might be good. Whoever is slow to anger has great understanding, but he who has a hasty temper exalts folly. Dude, I think that's actually a good one. Because, in Ephesians, this verse right here, it says, put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against... Oh, no, I think I might not have enough room to write that one, actually. Darn. Maybe we'll do, for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. Let's do that one, actually. Because there is this verse that says, be angry and do not sin. Don't let your sun go down on your anger, and don't give the devil a foothold. No way, dude. You met Justin Sweet, bro? That is hilarious, bro. I used to see that guy on this website I used to draw on called conceptart.org. That dude actually works for MTG, or has worked for MTG. Dude, Justin Sweet's done a lot of work. Holy moly. I think he even did stuff for Narnia. Yeah, dude, that dude's actually really, really nice. I know who that guy is. What verse? Oh yeah, James. For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. James. Let's see here. Where is James? Yeah, here we go. We'll do this one. I was going to do the other one, but this one's a little... I think we might be able to fit that one in there. Because the devil uses anger, everybody. Whoever's... I don't know who's listening to this. The devil uses your own anger against you. He uses your own emotions and whips people into a frenzied mob. In some weird degree. But he schemes it, right? It's weird. You can do a Bible study on it. I'm not making this stuff up. There's a verse that says, don't give the devil a foothold. And what is the foothold? It's anger. Anger is an emotion, right? Let's see here. Where's that pencil? Man, I always lose all this stuff. Push this to the side again. Dude, that trick was crazy, bro. That dude just did a backwards ice pick. I honestly have not seen a single other person do that trick right there. Maybe I have. No, maybe Taj has done one, but man, dude. Backwards ice pick, bro, you never see that, dude. With metal pegs, by the way. Why do you not see that trick anymore? That's so weird. Bro, if anybody is listening, dude, I want to see that trick. Like, I want to see someone do like a bar spin backwards ice pick grind, like 10 feet on a 10-foot quarter or something like that. That'd be cool. Like, how crazy would it be doing like alley-oop, bar, backwards ice pick for like 10 feet and then into another like bar into like a 10-foot quarter? Dude, that would be such a cool clip. Alright, let's stay focused. Back. Dude, I've heard about Justin Sweet a lot. He used to be on the same site that I used to draw on. If you bring up conceptart.org to him, he'll know what it is. He's also done work for MTG. I actually think he's done work for Narnia, too. Yeah, Justin Sweet's done a lot of work for a lot of companies. That dude knows a lot, bro. I know what technique he's using for his paintings, too. He does the burnt umber technique for his paintings. James 1:20. Oops. Yep, sounds like it. Yeah, Justin Sweet's a gnarly dude. I'm wondering what he's doing. I don't know what he's up to. I never talked to him personally, but if you brought up conceptart.org to him, he'll know what it is. Because I used to see him on that site a long, long time ago. It's crazy. I actually think I have some of his MTG cards. Kind of funny. For the anger yeah, I need to text him some link tomorrow. Got to finish up some website stuff first. I literally think I have some of his work actually saved on my computer. I'm actually curious. Let's see if I do. I literally think I have. Let me see. Let me go to my files. I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Reference. Let's see here. Maybe I don't. Let's see, Justin. No, where is it? I have it somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it's somewhere within the sea of all the stuff I have saved. Might be traditional. Model sheets, traditional artists. Was it traditional artists? Maybe. Oh, huh. I thought I had some of this stuff saved. Would love to connect to you if he lets me stay in his inner circle. Does he have an inner circle? He knows a lot of people. So the other thing is that dude used to work for this company called I'm pretty sure he used to work for this company called Massive Black. It was this conceptart.org company. And they used to do like they used to do like concept art for movies and stuff like that. Let's see here. I don't know where it is, but oh, here it is. I found it. I have some... Dude, he did work for Narnia. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Let me put this image slideshow up. I'm gonna actually I've actually been messing around with this. Let me edit this. Properties. Oh, dude, I think it... Now, take this with a grain of salt. I've heard some people took their lives because it basically took everything, I think. Maybe not everything, but a lot of people had to go to traditional art. And they're kind of like, I don't know, man. It's weird, dude. It's really, really weird. Let's see here. I have to go. There's only a couple of these pictures. Oh, let me just put it up in here, actually. Discard. I'll just do it like this. I'll just do display capture. Oh, no, that's not the one. No? Oh, wait, I have to take this off. Oh, I guess I can't have it both. Let me actually put it like this. There we go. I think it might work now. But see, he does the burnt umber layer. See, that's how he works, actually. He does he basically does the plein air burnt umber layer. I know how he works. That's the thing. He does the Frazetta technique. He's basically doing the Frazetta technique, but he's doing it digitally. So this guy I'm pretty sure he's also inspired by this dude, Jamie Jones, as well. Really cool. Yeah, look at that. I'm pretty sure that's from Narnia right there. Dude, that's so weird, huh? Wow. Dude, I like the centaur. Bro, I haven't drawn a centaur in so long. Yep. It's cool. Interesting. Yeah, I'm actually curious what he thinks about the whole AI thing right now, because I'm pretty sure he's if I have a guesstimation, he's probably going to oil paint. If I have a big guesstimation, I'm pretty sure he's probably going pretty heavy into traditional art. Yeah, he's actually done this card too. He's done like he did a centaur card, I think. I think he did possess. Yeah, let's see. Okay, let me write this. For the anger of man. Yeah, the AI stuff has been brutal, dude, on everybody. Or maybe not most. Well, mostly it's been the digital artists that have been getting affected the most. Honestly, it's actually the writers, bro. because I know like the drawing and stuff has gotten. But the thing is that writers, I heard that writers got it affected the most because, you know, not many people write books anymore just by hand. Well, some of them do maybe. You know, I don't even have a book written by hand, but so many people type right on the thing. So and the thing about like a lot of art, we still do like traditional art, right? We still draw on paper, we still paint traditionally, and there's kind of like that one copy, right? And another thing is I've been seeing a lot of the artists, they're getting into streaming because it gives this human element. And does not. Does not produce the righteousness of God. Oh man, I have to rewrite that. I kind of like angled it down a little bit. Oh wow, Plenary, yeah. Yeah, he's probably studied this one dude. His name, what was his name? Glenn, or no, not Glenn Philpott. It's there's this really old dude. I forgot his name. Darn. Really gnarly plein air painter. Richard Scamid. Here, check out this dude. I'm gonna have to just type his name in. Richard Scamid. I think that's how you spell it. So that dude right there is like, you bring up that dude to any plein air painter, and they probably know that dude because I think he wrote this entire book on plein air painting. It was some really, really old dude, bro. I actually think he died. I don't even think he's still alive. I don't know if he's still alive anymore. But that dude, man, some really, really old dude, just a master painter, bro. And what's really cool is he has like the style, which actually I think, dude, it's actually kind of funny because when I actually observe Justin Sweet's work, it actually seems like he was kind of influenced by that guy right there, Richard Scamid. Produce the righteousness of God. Right. Us. This. Got to get going. For sure, man. Dude, thanks for stopping by, bro. Hope you have a good one, man. Keep trying your best, bro. I can't believe I'm not even tired right now. I wrote a lot today. I guess we'll try and put some pupils in here. I might just redraw this portrait a bit. I don't know, maybe.
Okay, we're watching the same stuff. Let me put it on something else. I love this video. I think I watched this video a lot right here. If it's this one I'm thinking about. Yeah, it is. Oh, this is like some Scottish music or something. Holy moly, bro, this stream has been long. Dude, I need to get out of here pretty soon. What, everybody? Holy, I gotta, dude, oh my goodness, what am I doing? I totally, like, lost time. I lost track of time, everybody. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna shout out to this company. The only company that's ever hooked it up, so thank you, Robert Morales. I'll look at your egg up in here. Sometimes I wonder, out of all the companies, this is the only company that's ever hooked it up. Wait, what is that? Huh. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Bro, why did this drawing take so long? Oh my goodness, I should have been done hours ago. Let's just put our signature right up in here somewhere. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna put a fish sign up here. Maybe put a little animal up there or something. Little animal. Dude, this is brutal. This day was gnarly. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, maybe I shouldn't put a little animal up in there. I don't think I have enough. I could put a little animal right now. Should I do one right there? I think it's gonna be weird right next to the sword. I guess we'll just put the fish symbol up here because we're supposed to be fishers of men, everybody. Let us become fishers of men when we follow the Lord Jesus Christ. Actually, look at it. Sometimes I gotta make sure I'm. Oh, yeah, I remember. Sometimes I get confused at which way I should be doing it. Do, 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 do. Alright, we're calling it a day, everybody. Oh my goodness, I just dropped that pencil. This day has been brutal. Brutality. Should I add anything else in here? I mean, let me just clean it up a little bit. Do, do, do. Alright, let me just put it on the thing, the wood thing, and we're going to call it a day. For some reason, this one took an extreme amount of time, I think. At least we didn't ink it out. I feel like I would have gotten so frustrated if I inked it out. So. Okay, let me push this out one more degree. Alright, Devin. I've never even seen this video. What in the world? Another day, another victory for the OG, the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, my Lord and Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. And we tried to add in some... Now, I know I've done so many nights and stuff like this, but... Got some close-ups up in here. These are the verses we put in here. Ephesians 6:11. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. And then James 1:20. For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. There is something about the devil using our anger as a foothold. BMX bike. There's the shield of faith by which we can extinguish all the flaming darts that you want. Maybe I'll put the flaming darts a little bit in here. We got the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. We put a heart because we're supposed to love our enemies. But we also have to show meekness, and within the meekness I feel like it's like controlled strength. So it's not like I feel like we're full on pushovers. We should be adorning ourselves with the armor of God. But also we are to love our enemies, and we should do that. Are you still in here? What in the world? Yeah, I'm just getting the thumbnail. There we go, everybody. Have a good one, Creative Fit. Thanks for stopping by, man. Keep enduring, bro. Don't give up. You got this. You got what life throws at you. Peace out, guys. Have a good one. Glory be to God. Glory be to the Lord of Lords and King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ.